deep in the heart of Texas.
What the hell do you guys want? And more important than that, how the hell did you find out where I was at? If they want some answers, they should have sent someone with some authority. Do you agree with me? Well, it really don't matter if you agree with me or not. On second thought, once you just sit your little carcass down at that table, I'll answer every little question you got. Before we get started with anything, like I said, we're on my time, so we're going to do things like I want to do them. I want to cover something right off the bat.
We're in the business of winning.
The first thing I want to be done is to get that piece of crap out of my ring. I'm serving notice. I don't give a damn what they are. They're all on the list, and I'm fixing to start running through all of them.
We're in the business of winning.
I'm talking about all the way to the top, yeah. But the cream will rise to the top, oh yeah.
We're in the business of winning.
Moving so fast you can't even talk about it. Things are just popping right now. Things are starting to cultivate. Things are starting to grow. Things are getting real colorful.
We're in the business of winning.
Don't bet against me.
I don't bet anyway.
Lose your life.
We're in the business of winning.
Are you kidding me?
We're in the business of winning.
Are you kidding me?
We're in the business of winning.
Yeah, absolutely total control right there. Watch this. Champion's prerogative, and I just exercised that option.
We're in the business of winning. We're in the business of winning.
Yeah, if he wants to keep an eye on me, don't look behind you. No, don't look in front. Don't look to the sides. Look straight up, because I'm right on top of you. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We're in the business of winning.
And any crying or any excuses is just sour grapes.
We're in the business of winning.
And I think that the spotlight should go on top of me. Yeah.
We're in the business of winning.
The cream of the crop. Nobody does it better.
We're in the business of winning. We're in the business of winning. We're in the business of winning.
Don't bet against me.
I don't bet anyway.
Lose your life.
We're in the business of winning.
Don't degrade the champion at any time. Yeah, I am the cream, yeah. The cream of the crop. And there is no one that does it better. On balance, off balance, doesn't matter. I'm better than you are, yeah. I'm on my way. And nothing is gonna stop me. Nothing's gonna stop me.
And we had non-believers all along the way. I have one thing to say to those non-believers. Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
Okay. Is that good? Let me turn myself up some. So just scrub at this. Check, check, check. Yeah, that's good right there. All right. Saturday, a little bored. Swap KG for Bird. Embarrassment. So, I called into, I was with the grandparents last night, or at their house, helping him do some stuff. And I came across this channel. I've actually followed him for a little bit. It's called the Locker Room LA. He's a big Lakers fan. I like his channel. I like his content. He seems to be, knowledgeable on sports. He takes calls and actually talks to people, unlike a certain someone that we know. So I called in, and the topic was, as you can see here, maybe you can't because of the chat, but who had the better career, LeBron James or Michael Jordan? And so I wanted to call in. It got a little sidetracked. We're kind of getting on points I wasn't totally prepared to talk about, or that I didn't want to talk about. Also, my signal dropped out. I was out in the country, so like my signal dropped out at the very end. So unfortunately, that's on me. But I like this channel. He's got good energy. His chat's real active. So I do like this guy's channel. He's not like Tug. He's he could be a little adversarial, but in a good way, right? He sticks by his points. I think, from what I can tell, he thinks LeBron is better than MJ. But again, I don't think he would say that Michael Jordan's not top 100 or something like that, right? So that's kind of the difference there. But yeah, I thought we would just start with playing it. Let's see how it goes. Just listen to my points, and then I got some videos queued up I want to go over too. Who had crickets without sound effects? What do you mean? Country bumpkin, yeah. So we'll go over my call, and then I've got some videos queued up in terms of, because essentially what happened is I wanted to call in and talk MJ versus LeBron, right? And didn't really get to do that, but we started getting on this topic of, was the East harder in LeBron's time or in Jordan's time, right? So I've been kind of like watching some videos on that today, looking some stuff up. And so we'll go over some videos like that. I've got my phone calls at 1.25 speed. The other videos are at 1.5 speed because they're 15, 20 minutes long. And then tomorrow with Dart, I have my all-time starting five. Yeah, the locker room guy does do crickets a lot, which is like he's good with the soundboard. And then do I have crickets? I don't think I have crickets. No, I don't have crickets. Not from what I can see. And then, so we'll go over, I have to kind of pick an all-time starting five for tomorrow, and I haven't really thought about it. I haven't really thought about it in terms of lately putting a team together, right? Not your top five players ever, but putting a team together. So let's just get into my phone call, and then we'll go from there.
All right, we got some action. All right, who is this?
Is it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, who is this?
NMB Sports. I have a YouTube channel if people want to check it out.
He was immediately mad I plugged my channel. Can't hurt, right? He had I think he had 500 people watching or something like that. I can't quite remember the number, but this guy but the difference between him and Tug, right? This guy technically has less viewers or subscribers than the Universe Galaxy channel, but his chat is just blowing up active. People are typing in. There's way more people watching, again, because he's good with his content. He's good energy. He takes calls. He actually talks to people. Now, he will mog you if you come in, you're not prepared, right? Which, your boy came in prepared. I'm not going to embarrass the channel like that, right? And I feel like I took the steam out of him a little bit, right? Because he's coming in, and if you're on the other side of the topic, I mean, he is ready to destroy you, right? As he should be. And so, yeah, I came in immediately. I was like, I got a YouTube channel. Check it out.
Yeah, nobody asked you for your YouTube channel, my guy. What do you got on the topic?
So we're arguing MJ versus LeBron, right? Career, total career.
No. Actually,
right before I called in, he had started the Eastern Conference debate. How like people say LeBron's Eastern Conference is weak, right? And he was saying, well, Jordan's Eastern Conference was weak as well. And so I wasn't quite ready to talk about that, but I had my stuff ready, and he did say in the chat after my call dropped out, unfortunately. He said I had a good call. So hopefully I wasn't too bad.
Before we get into that, I asked a simple question just now. I said, can somebody explain to me, right, how when LeBron dominated the East, the conference was weak, but when Jordan dominated the East, they don't say anything. So do you have anything on that before we get into the topic of the show? Can you explain that to me like 5 years old?
I will give credit to LeBron when he went back to Cleveland, and he did what he did there. But when he was in Miami having to go join up with 2 other future Hall of Famers and All-Stars, I'm not exactly who in the East is supposed to give him competition on that.
So once again, when Jordan has a 72-10 Chicago Bulls team and they dominate the East, what? We're supposed to act like that didn't happen? When did Miami? Okay, maybe you can help me out. When did the Miami Heat go 72-10? What year was that? Since they were this juggernaut. When did they go 72-10?
They went to 4 straight finals, essentially cakewalking the East every year.
When did they go 72-10?
The exact year, right? I'm not sure.
They never did. They never did. Let's be for real here. Okay? They never.
I thought it was a trick question. I was like, I'm pretty sure they didn't win 72. Or I've never talked to this guy before, right? I've listened to him a few times, so I was trying to take him serious, like at face value, and I wasn't. It was more that like I wasn't prepared that he was sort of, he was asking that question on purpose, right? I was like, he did win 72 games, right? But I thought he was gonna say like, oh, in 2012 they did, and I was like, what?
Went 72-10. So you're claiming that the Miami Heat were so good.
Who was so good in the East, or how good was the East that what you're saying that they went through some really hard Eastern Conference that prevented them from getting 72 wins?
No, I'm saying you just said that.
So the thing, let's say both the East sucked during Jordan and LeBron's time. Well, at least Jordan got 72 wins.
Bam, dude. That's a good one right there, right? If we're gonna say LeBron played in the not so competitive East, which I think is largely true, right? You had the Pistons were at the end there, and then I believe actually the year that LeBron beat them, I believe they did not have Ben Wallace. I could be wrong. Maybe that was like the second time they played, and they were missing somebody else too. But then the Celtics come up, right? The Celtics were, look, if we're gonna say that whenever Jordan beat the Magic his first finals run in the finals, they were old and washed up. I mean, the same can be said about the Celtics, right? I don't think any of those guys were all-stars. I don't think that year that they won it. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure that the year LeBron came back and beat them with Miami, I'm almost positive none of them were all-stars that year, right?
At least he did what he was supposed to do.
Right. So then why do people get on the internet and say that LeBron dominated a weaker Eastern Conference, a weak Eastern Conference, when Jordan did the same thing and y'all don't say anything? That's what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, throughout the 2000s, the East was known for being pretty weak.
Hold on. It sounds like the same thing to me, right?
That what? The East was weak during both times?
Exactly.
Okay, so then at least Jordan won 72 games. He handled his business more than LeBron did.
That's not the point, though.
That is the point, dude. Like, if we're going to compare them and say the East both sucked during their time, which is what he's claiming, and which I think is pretty evidently true during LeBron's time in the East. Like, look, man, we all know the East sucked, right? It just is what it is, right? Like, I was looking, when it comes to like my Nash and Kidd debate, right? Kidd went to those 2 straight finals. He played one team that had 50 wins. Everyone else was under 50, right? He played one team that had exactly 50 wins to get to those finals those 2 years, right? I mean, this is what we're talking about. Like, the East, it just is what it is. I'm not trying to like shit on the players or the teams or whatever, but compared to the West and overall for that sort of decade and a half, they just were not good. You had Detroit win 1 year, you had Boston win 1 year, and then other than that, it's Lakers, Spurs, Mavs, and then Warriors after that. I mean, let's see, from 2000 to 2002, you had the Lakers. Spurs won in 99. The Spurs won after that. I believe the Celtics won in 07, and the Pistons won in 03, I believe. And you have the Spurs winning every other year since that, essentially. The Heat won in 06, which, we all know is rigged. So don't even get me started on that, man. What's up, GB? I called into this other guy at GB. I don't know if you've heard of this guy, The Locker Room LA. He's got a pretty good channel. I like it. So I called in last night. But yeah, like the East was just, it just is what it is, right? I'm not saying there weren't some good teams that won, in the last 20 years or what have you, but it just is what it is. Yeah, and that was another thing. So like, when LeBron started his finals runs after that first one against San Antonio and Cleveland, like once he went to Miami, correct? He played, Boston was essentially done at that point. Detroit was no longer around. I honestly can't think of like any other teams that were like good or went to the finals or something like that, right? And at least you can say for Jordan, right? He went through the Magic, who had been to the finals the year before or had been to the finals for a year. The Knicks had gone to the finals. The Blazers had gone to the finals. So it's just, like I don't know exactly in terms of like good teams that we'll go through it, but I was trying to think off the top of my head who he's gone through, and obviously there was the Celtics that 1 year, but other than that, right, it's just the East was just not, they just weren't what the West was.
Saying is, when I get on the internet, I always hear when anybody brings up the fact that LeBron went to 8 finals straight, people say he dominated a weak conference. My question to you is why isn't that same logic applied when Jordan was in the East in the 90s?
Well, I think also in the 90s, you had the hard salary cap came about in the mid 80s, 1984, I believe it was. And during the 90s, right, you had a much more spread out.
The fuck off the show, man.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
I think he was talking to me. He's like, get the fuck off the show. I was trying to elaborate how I kind of went over this in my video with yeah, that's cool. Yeah. He's trying to stream more too, live, just having like open phone calls, which is nice. But I was trying to, I made this point on, I was reviewing the video Michael Jordan Fans Are the Best did about how he kind of thinks, this generation and younger kids are going to think LeBron is the GOAT, right? And at the end of that video, I kind of went over how there's been sort of like this revolution, if you think about it, how before the mid-'80s, right, you really did have super teams, right? There was no salary cap. Players didn't move around a lot, right? There's a few teams who dominated how much they spent compared to others. Guys didn't necessarily move around a whole lot, so guys kind of tended to stay where they were, and it was kind of a hefty tag to give them up if you traded them, depending. I was talking to Rex about that a little bit too. So you just kind of had the Lakers and the Celtics, and a few others here and there, like the Sixers and the Pistons a little later on. The odds of just those top few teams winning, and they had stacked lineups relative to others at the time, right? You really did have super teams before the salary cap, right? And the Celtics had done a bunch to like grandfather in some players and sign them to max deals before the hard cap hit. And Jordan literally comes in the league the year the hard cap started. And you can see the effect of it in the 90s, right? The talent is just so much more spread out. And again, to reiterate how this is true, right? The Mavs in 2011 were the second longest odds to ever win the championship, right? At like plus 2,000. But they were only like 5 or 6 down the list in terms of the preseason, right? Because, again, LeBron had kind of restarted the whole super team thing. And so there was a lot of talent just stacked up at the top. And, you know, which kind of makes the Mavs run, I think, even more impressive, right? But in 95, I was looking at the Rockets, and to get to plus 2,000 odds, you had to go to the 12th team. You had to get down to number 12 before the odds became that long, right? And it just goes to show that in the 90s, right, the talent was just so much more spread out. You kind of had 1 or 2 all-star teams at the most, and that was it. And you never really got 3 all-stars on a team in the 90s for the most part, right? I don't think Rodman ever made an all-star team when he was with the Bulls. I might be wrong on that, but he might have made like an all-defensive team or something like that, but I don't think he made an all-star team. We'll go over that too. But that was just how it was in the 90s, right? The talent was just more spread out, right? And so it's a two-edged sword with me when people bring that up, right? You could say the 90s was weaker or watered down, some people say it. But I also say at the same time, right, the litmus test and the ability for one guy to take over and for him to prove that he's the best is much easier to see, right? And that's what Jordan did, right? That's what he did when you had the 1 or 2 star teams. He just dominated everybody. I mean, the record is what it is, right? You can say what you want, but Jordan was the guy in the 90s, right? It just is what it is. And so it's a two-edged sword. You could say, well, he didn't have to play as many like really good teams. Well, that's because there weren't, in terms of what we're talking about today, there are not really good teams in the 90s, like when you think about the Warriors or the Heat or the Spurs or something like that, right? Guys, you know, teams that had 3 or 4 all-stars on them or something to that nature, and guys are moving around, and you can pick up a superstar for a couple years by mortgaging your future and giving away draft picks. That didn't really happen in the 90s, right? And so, yeah, Jordan, you could argue Jordan didn't have to go up against as much competition, but the other side of that is he only had one other guy also, right? And it's kind of like with the Jazz. I mean, what's the excuse for the Jazz then, right? There is none, you know, and the Rockets got it done with 2 stars as well. So, like, there's no excuse why, you know, other guys coulda, woulda, shoulda, right, in the 90s, right? If you were good or if you were better than Jordan, then you would have won, but you didn't. And so it's kind of a two-edged sword of, like, you could say maybe it wasn't as thick, you know, the teams at the top or something like that. But at the same time, Jordan got to prove he was the best player, right? He had such an influence on the outcome of the games. You know, that's just what it was. Like, he left no doubts he was the best player in the league. You could look at it like from either side, kind of.
Well, I was trying to explain why people might have that perception. I'm not necessarily agreeing with everything people say about that, but in the mid 80s, right, Jordan came into a time when you had the hard salary cap implemented, right? Talent was much more spread out throughout the league, and it was considered, perception isn't always reality, but it was considered to be a much more spread out talent throughout the NBA and a much more even playing field. LeBron has, unfortunately...
Really? Hold on. Stop right there. Oh, really? A much more even playing field?
I said perception's not always reality, but that's kind of what it was considered, yes.
Yes, the landscape in the 90s was much more spread out and even, right? I just brought up the odds, right, comparing the Mavs in 2011 to, I think it was like the Heat, were the 12th best team with the same odds as the Mavs, right? It just shows that, like, the people who were jockeying for those top positions, right, were much closer together. Like, there was maybe 10 teams who had a decent or good shot at winning the title in the 90s, just going off the preseason odds, right? Compared to in 2011, there was really only like 4 teams that you would say had even a good shot or a good chance at winning, right? And just going off the odds and what it looked like. That's what I was trying to say.
Okay, go ahead.
And unfortunately for LeBron, right? I'm not saying
Yeah, that's what I was trying to argue, Ian. I think Hakeem's first ring is way more impressive than the second. That's just my opinion, right? But we've already gone over that. But yeah, the second year he had Clyde. But yeah, the first year it was just Hakeem and role players, right? The retirement to dodge the dream.
Saying it's good or bad, but unfortunately LeBron, when he made his move to Miami, he gets the label of joining or creating a super team, right? So he sort of is making the playing field uneven again, if that makes sense. Like, I'm not saying this is right or wrong, but there is some truth to that, right? And again, you think about Jordan at least played.
Yeah, and this goes back to my video on the revolution of the super teams, right? So before the hard cap, you have super teams, right? Because guys aren't moving around a lot. There's no salary cap, which means if you don't have a salary cap, you look at baseball, right? It just is what it is. There's going to be some teams who are willing to spend more or can spend more. Their owner has more money. They got deeper pockets, right? Nobody's pockets are all equally deep, right? You're just going to have teams that sort of rise to the top, right? If you don't have a salary cap. That's just the natural way it happens, right? And so then you have the salary cap. Things become much more spread out in the 90s. And in my opinion, right, LeBron ends his 7th year with the Cavs, and Jordan won a ring in his 7th year. And I think, this is just my opinion, right? If I could get into LeBron's head, LeBron knows he's got to start winning rings if he's going to catch that 6 number. And so he kind of sells his soul. He goes and he starts the super team again. And we kind of talked about the Celtics, right? If that was a super team as well. Yes and no, right? I think there's a difference between you being the best player in the league and going to join up with someone else who has also won a ring already in Dwayne Wade and another guy in his prime essentially in Chris Bosh. There's a difference in that and an old KG, Paul Pierce, who had been around in Boston his whole career, hadn't won yet. Ray Allen, who's a specialist. By the way, Ray Allen went and joined the Heat as well, right? So if you're going to say Ray Allen was a piece of the super team, well, then the Miami Heat had 4 guys as well, right? Including the best player in the league, moving in his prime to try and go chase rings, right? And then you had Chris Bosh, who was like a walking 2010 guy, multiple-time All-Star, might have been, first team a year or two, but definitely was second, third team every year, was beasting in Toronto, right? There's a big difference in the way LeBron did it versus the way the Celtics put the team together, right? Still kind of the same thing, but you're talking about guys outside of their prime, more or less, who really want that first ring, right? And then you have a guy and his 3 guys in their prime, right, is totally different than what the Celtics did, in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, it's just fun to talk about, GB. I'm not hating on anyone or what have you. I mean, that's why we do it, right? That's why sports are fun, is you get to talk about, trying to compare players, right? It's why the GOAT debate is the GOAT debate, You just don't take it seriously and be like Tug and get all mad, right? But hey, I mean, if you like watching sports, eventually you're going to debate the GOAT and you're going to have to compare eras and try to formulate it in some way, right? It just is what it is.
Played the Knicks, who had been to the finals. He played Shaq and Penny, who had been to the finals.
I mean, I do this for entertainment, right? Like, I don't have like an axe to grind or something like that, I'm not a Jordan fan, right? It's just my opinion, so it's just fun to debate.
In the Eastern Conference, right? I mean, he at least had played some teams in the Eastern Conference who had been to the finals for a year or two, right? Or a few years or what have you. I'm not sure, other than the Detroit Pistons, who else he might have gone through in the East for LeBron.
So let me ask you this.
God, spelled that horribly. I wanted to see. Yeah, 07-08 is when the Celtics had won. Let's see. Then they go that next year, yeah, and they lose to Kobe. So in 08, 09, they lost to, that was when they lost to the, that was when they lost to the Cavaliers and LeBron James. Right? Am I getting that right? The Eastern Conference semis. Sorry, got that one wrong. And they lost to the Magic. And then the Magic. Oh, that was the year the Magic went and they lost to Kobe. I'm trying to think. When they won that finals in 07, 08, they essentially never went back. Or they did go back and they lost to Kobe. And then, see, 2010, 2011, is that the year they lose to Miami? Yeah, they lose to Miami in the semis. I wanted to see Miami Heat real quick. .2010, that was before LeBron, right? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I also wanted to see... kind of need to re-jog my memory on the timeline here. What's up, Dart? Yeah, he had brought that point up too, how like the GM did it, but when you do stuff like that, like the GM and the players, like they're all kind of talking, right? The agents or middleman and stuff like that. D'Artagnan, yeah. D'Artagnan. Yeah, D'Artagnan is a sweet name. I was trying to remember what year was it? It was 06, 07. Okay. So then I'm trying to see who he went through. The Wizards, the Nets, and the Pistons. That's what I wanted to see, was this Pistons team. No Ben Wallace, if I remember right. Yeah, that's right. No Ben Wallace that year. That's what I had remembered. Still had Prince, Rasheed Wallace. Is Richard Hamilton on here? Yeah, Richard Hamilton. Big Shot Billups. Okay. Just needed to re-jog my memory here. Let's see. So then what I wanted to see was this was the first year they went, and they went through the Bulls, who that year had MVP Derrick Rose. But again, that team was not that team, if I remember right, was not that deep. Boozer, Taj Gibson, Luol Deng. Forgot about Luol Deng. Kyle Korver, Joakim Noah, Scalabrini. So let's see. The Celtics. Again, the Celtics at this point, they had... the year before they went to the finals? Yeah, the year before they went to the finals and lost. Ray Allen, KG, Rondo, Paul Pierce. They were getting pretty old, though. See, KG was in his 15th year. Paul Pierce in his 12th year. Shaq hanging around. 18 years, bro. It's crazy he played that long. Jermaine O'Neal, 14 years. Ray Allen, 14 years. Okay. So, I mean, that's something, I guess, but get back to the Heat. Again, Philly, not that good. Boston on the way out. Chicago, spearheaded by Rose, essentially. Although the Bulls weren't that bad. Of course, they lost to the Mavs 4-2. What are you going to do? Again, the next year, the Knicks, Pacers, Celtics. And had Ray Allen left the Celtics by this time? No, Ray Allen was still on the Celtics. KG, Paul Pierce, Rondo. So they were all still there. But the Pacers and Knicks, I think, had losing records. 42 and 20. Oh, was this a shortened year? That was a shortened year, right? Yeah, I guess so. That's still a pretty good record, though. And what was it? The Knicks. 36 and 30. Yeah, so they were barely over 500. Bucks, an injured. I believe this was the year Rose got hurt, right? Pacers. Let's close all these tabs now. $49 and 32. The Bulls were 45 and 37. Where is... Yeah, Derrick Rose was totally out at this time. So that obviously makes that... I can't even believe they got to the semis, to be honest with you, without Derrick Rose. And then the Bucks had a losing record. The Bobcats, Brooklyn Nets, and Pacers. Dang, Pacers. What am I missing with the Pacers here? Andrew Bynum. Oh, yeah, these are the Paul George years. Okay, that makes sense. I totally forgot about that. PG was pretty good there for a while. White Mamba's a cult classic. Dude, he set up that tournament where he went and played people who wanted to challenge him. Dude, if I was an NBA player, I'd be absolutely smacking down anybody who ever said anything to me.
In 2007, when LeBron James knocked off the perennial Eastern Conference finalists, the Detroit Pistons, right?
Right.
When he knocked them off.
And he had like those 26 straight points or whatever. That was
exactly,
crazy.
Exactly. And then they go to the finals in 2007. They get swept by the Spurs. What happens in that offseason? Don't the Boston Celtics go out and acquire Kevin Garnett and Ray Allen?
Yeah.
Ben Gordon, you might be right. They had Luol Deng, Kirk Heinrich. Remember, he was there. Taj Gibson. He was a power forward. Luol Deng was there. Oh, Jimmy Butler, too. That was his second year. I forgot Rip Hamilton played with them for a couple years. Nate Robinson, too. Good old Nate Robinson, man. The Spud Webb of our time. Let's see, Derrick Rose. Where are you, Derrick? Yeah, so 39 games. This must have been the year he got hurt. Yeah, I don't... Ben Gordon was maybe a little before this. Oh, he must have... He had just left. He played for Chicago 07-08. He had some nice years.
And I agree that was a bit of a super team too. But
okay, so stop
you
right
look,
there.
you're
Stop
talking
right there,
about
Stop right there. So you're saying LeBron went to Miami and created a super team, like LeBron is the first person to ever have a super team in the NBA. That's idiotic logic, number one. Number two, the Boston Celtics did it before LeBron even did it, but y'all don't say anything. And my question is why?
So the difference with when LeBron did it, right? We're talking about three guys playing in their prime versus, again, you're right.
Yeah,
I would say arguably Boston came together you could argue that was a super team. I wouldn't push back too hard, right? But you're talking about more veteran players, guys who were not the best player in the league or a top 10 player in the league. Paul Pierce had been there his whole career. Ray Allen's more of a shooter outside. He's more of a specialist. Rajon Rondo, they had acquired naturally. And you have two guys in Kevin Garnett. And Kevin Garnett's towards the end of his career, right? And he wants a ring.
This is a guy called The Locker Room. His handle is The Locker Room LA, all one word. He's not a Michael Jordan hater, I don't think, but he thinks LeBron is better than MJ, I believe. I called in last night. I was kind of bored before I went to bed, so I was just replaying my conversation with him last night.
Again, perception's not always reality, but it's a little bit of a difference when we're talking about the best player in the league getting with two other all-stars. Wade was still in his prime. Chris Bosh was essentially in his prime. It's just the feeling is different, right? I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but it's different, I guess, when you have kind of more savvy vets coming together, and two of those players came through Boston naturally versus three guys kind of coming together all in their prime, and they make the assumption we're going to win not 5, not 6, not 7, not 8, rings, and then they go out and they lose to the Mavs in 2011.
Had to get my Mavs shot in there.
I think it leaves people.
Do you think I bet LeBron fans, right, and Miami Heat fans hate the 2011 Mavericks, or if Mavericks fans bring that year up more than probably anything, right? Probably got to be more than anything, right? The first year of the super team, they're just fucking rolling. Here they come. And then Dirk just shits on them. God damn it. That was the best fucking time.
A little more salty taste in their mouth whenever you kind of do it like that.
Right. And my argument to that is number one, to me, I find it hypocritical, right? Because you're telling me that you're basically saying the fans don't like it that he went to Miami and created this super team, right? But the fans don't have an issue when the general manager does it though. There's no problem then, right?
Yeah, and they had also kind of, there was some handshaking, I think, to rearrange contracts and whatnot and to make it work. And he did the whole press conference.
You're not answering my question. So
I didn't quite understand what he was saying at first, that he was hinting at how Danny Ainge put the Celtics together. But again, when these things happen, right, the players and the GM are equally getting involved, making sure we're under the cap, or we can make the salaries work. They're all kind of in on it, right? It's not like you can't do one without the approval of the other, right? So that I didn't quite at first get what he was saying about when the GM does it, it's different than the players. And looking back on it, yes, it is a little different, right? The whole point of the fucking GM is to put together a roster, right? Along with the coach's input and stuff like that. This was sort of revolutionary. I will give LeBron credit for that, where, you could hate it, you could like it or hate it, right? But it was revolutionary in the sense that they began to use their own leverage to do what they wanted. And, we don't necessarily need a GM for me and Wade and Bosh to talk, right? And be like, hey, can we make this work? And you go to the GM and, the three of you come together and say, this is what we like to do. How do we do the contracts and stuff like that, right?
Well, everyone has a part, right, when they make it work like that. The GM, the players, everybody.
Okay, hold on. So you're saying that people had a problem with LeBron going to Miami and forming this super team. So you're
I think a player in their prime.
So you're basically saying the fans have a problem with players choosing where they want to go and doing what they want to do, but the fans don't have an issue when the GMs do it, right?
So I say later in this call too, I'm all for players using leverage, right? They are the commodity, they are the asset, they are the ones who ultimately are putting eyeballs on the TV and why people tune in, right? I am totally fine with players using leverage. Doesn't bother me at all. Like I think overall it is a good sort of evolution of the game overall. Now there can be some downsides, right? You get divas or guys you're not sure what they're going to do next. There's maybe not as much loyalty. Guys bounce around a lot more often, right? But all that considered, I still think it's a positive. It's overall a positive that, in my opinion, the play, there are some drawbacks, right? The super team is obviously the big drawback of, guys getting together and sort of shaking hands behind closed doors without, any input from a GM or anything like that. And they're kind of getting together just to make winning easier, right? That is the big drawback, right? But like I said, like at the end of the day, they are the commodity, right? And in a game like basketball where there's only 12 guys on the team, 5 guys play most of the minutes, 2, 3 rotational players for the most part, these guys are just high in demand, few and far between. They have a lot of leverage, right? It's just kind of is what it is, in my opinion, right? Today's NBA has no loyalty, and they want the max deal, but get mad when the team has no money. Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the max deal thing. There are, I think, even as a Mavs fan, I could tell you this, like DeAndre Jordan and signing other players, sometimes you got to overspend a little bit to get the guy you want or the few guys who are available every year, right? It's just kind of the way the market is, right? You just kind of hope you hit the right one and that it turns out good for you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There are some drawbacks in the fact that, you look at James Harden, right? Like, you don't know what you're going to get from that guy or, like, like what's going on in Harden's headspace. Like, no one really knows, right? And that is a bit of a negative, right? Instead of a GM or a coach putting the team together and being like, this is how we're going to play. This is the way we're doing it. This is our strategy. You're getting paid this. This is your role, right? It's a little bit different, but at the end of the day, I guess I'm for the players getting theirs, if that makes sense, right? Players making more money or having more control doesn't like rub me the wrong way, if that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, it's not always like it's cracked up to be. You get guys, like you say, coming together and they think, oh, if we just join up, we'll win. But it's sort of like you still need a coach and a GM to sort of like implement a strategy, a top-down, coordinated effort. Yeah, dude. I'd be a great Players Association president. Like, you got to think about how much these guys bitch about stuff. And, like, the one thing they got in the past 5 years was the ability to smoke weed. You know what I mean? Like, you guys are fucking retarded, man. Like, come on. You bitch about all this stuff. You want all this power and leverage. And the one thing you get is like, yo, man, how about this? We'll settle for being able to smoke weed. It's like, God damn it, man. Like, you totally, like, you pull your arrow back and you just whiffed. And the fucking owners and everybody's laughing at you, dude. Oh, man. Rashard Lewis, yeah. I was a big Rashard Lewis fan. He was in a dunk contest, right? Yeah. Rashard Lewis and Jason Richardson, man. Jason Richardson was really exciting for a few years there. That one dunk contest he was in, I really loved. But yeah.
Elaborate just a little bit what you mean by when the GMs do it.
When GMs create teams, like for example, Danny Ainge, when he goes and gets Kevin Garnett and Ray.
Oh, Rashard Lewis didn't do a dunk contest? Who am I thinking of? I'm thinking of the guy that was on the Seattle Supersonics for like the beginning part of his career. Was that not Rashard Lewis? I know he went to Orlando. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rashard Lewis went to a dunk contest. Yeah, J. Rich had that one really sick dunk.
Ray Allen, and he brings them to Boston. Nobody takes issue with that. But when LeBron,
I think he's getting it a little mixed up here. Like, I don't think people were upset because the players did it, right? I don't think that was really the issue. The issue was these three guys essentially selling their souls in a way to win rings, right? And it didn't quite feel like that's what happened in Boston, in my opinion, right? It just didn't feel the same, right? KG hadn't won one yet. Paul Pierce hadn't won one yet. Ray Allen was towards the end of his career, hadn't won one. He was a specialist. They draft Rajon Rondo. These guys are older, later in their careers, right? Which we had seen before from like Karl Malone and Gary Payton when they went to the Lakers, even though it didn't work out. Although Gary Payton eventually got one in 06, God damn it. And like Barkley and Pippen going to the Rockets. We've seen the last hoorah before, if that makes sense, right? Desmond Mason, is that who I'm thinking of? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I think you're right. He was a champion. I don't want to get copyright. Yeah, this is for sure the one I'm thinking of.
That's like an 8 to me. Yeah, he can't fly like no, but you got to rock it twice. He can't rock it. You got to rock it twice. Rock it to sleep, baby. You gonna rock it to sleep.
Oh!
Time. Well, this don't need to, whatever he does. Create standard. Kicks his look more difficult. Last year he.
That's the one, yeah, right there.
21 points today in the sophomore rookie game. He leads this competition.
Oh! Do you do another one?
Okay. With something else. And he come with something else. Nah, with something else. I think because he likes that lean and he likes to put it in that left hand. Okay, catch the ball with
two-handed windmill. It's not as easy as he made it look.
Who's a player says, I want to go to Miami and play with Chris Bosh and we want to go join D-Wade, you're saying that people have a problem with that, right?
Well, I mean, that's what I was trying to say. Like, for either of those situations to work, like the GMs and the players, I think equally, like everyone has to kind of come to terms with the difference is, right? Danny Ainge doing it with Garnett and that group. I just don't feel they didn't have a press conference to like announce it. And I'm going to take my talents to South Beach and then saying I'm going to win not 5, not 6, not 7, right? Everyone knew. You're right. It's largely the same. You're right.
Hold on. Respectfully, if they would have done that, nobody would have.
It's largely the same in terms of great players coming together. It's not the same in the fact that LeBron was the best player in the NBA, like hands down. Well, Kobe would have something to say about that, but Kobe was definitely on his way out at that point, even though Kobe won in 2009 and 2010. So Kobe had his last hurrah as we would know it. And then Mavs win in 2011, right? The year that he did the announcement, right? Like LeBron was the best player in the league at that time. And, was going to be the best player for the next 5 years at least, right, for the foreseeable future. Dwayne Wade won one in 06, and he was still killing it. I looked it up the other night. God, I cannot type right now. Let me see his... Dwayne Wade, all league. From 2003 or 2004, his rookie year, right? He was all rookie, first team. And then 04-05, he's second team All-NBA and second team All-Defensive. He makes All-NBA first, second, or third for the next 6 years, right? He makes All-NBA first team twice in 08-09, the year before or 2 years before LeBron goes there, right? 2009, 2010, that's also the year before LeBron goes there. For 2 years, Dwayne Wade was all NBA the 2 years before LeBron joined up with them, right? And he would still be all NBA second, third, and third for the next 3 years, right? So, again, like, we're talking about guys who are just at their peaks, essentially, correct? That doesn't even count Chris Bosh, which I'm kind of curious. God, you gotta love Basketball Reference, bro. Wow. He was only all NBA 1 year? 2006, 2007, he was second all NBA? No way, bro. 2 years he got some MVP votes. So that's the year before he went to Miami too, one of those years. 11 All-Star games though. 11 All-Star games and you only make all NBA second team just that one time? That seems kind of like an anomaly, right? Nah, remember Kobe won in 09 and 2010, right? And then Mavs swept them the next year, and Kobe obviously hung around and played a little longer, but he was after he lost to the Mavs in 2011, he just was never quite the same, and like LeBron had definitely taken over at that point. P-ball referenced the GOAT. I can't believe Chris Bosh only made one All-NBA team. That just seems crazy. Although he's got voting shares to be All-NBA almost every year. Man, that seems like an anomaly to only make it the second team one time. That seems like an outlier, like a bit of an anomaly. Yeah, man, T-Mac never got out of the first round. That just, man, that stings, dude. That really has to sting. But he was like one of the best complete all-time players. Man, yeah, McGrady was so good, bro. He really was. God, dude, look at that. Until he went to San Antonio, right? But he was a shell of himself by that point. Woo. Yeah, 4, 5, 6, 7. That 1 year in Atlanta, he was still pretty decent, I guess. Maybe not, according to his stats. 4, 5, 6, 7. 8 years getting 8 years getting bounced in the first, man. That's a tough pill to swallow. And then in 2013, he finally gets out of the first round and they lose to Miami in the finals. God dang it. God. McGrady's just had like the worst luck. Some of the worst draws. He was incredible, though, at his peak. Trying to see what was his 34 points per game 1 year. Ugh. 31, 32, 31, 25, 27. Whew. Yeah, he was in the East. So, I mean, all those years he was in, all NBA is all NBA, you're right. Yeah. Yeah, power forwards were stacked. Absolutely. Let's see. So you're looking at like Carmelo, Dirk, Amari Stoudemire, Paul Gasol, Tim Duncan, technically, right, as a power forward for a lot of his career. Who were some other power forwards? Kevin Durant. Where's Kevin Durant, small forward. LaMarcus Aldridge, Zach Randolph. Yeah, man, there was a lot. I mean, yeah, the 2000s was the era of the power forward, man. It was just freaking stacked. Karl Malone was hanging around there for a couple years, although that's before Chris Bosh's time. The Spurs clip? Oh, it's in the intro, man. I've got it in my intro, the best intro on YouTube. Yeah, when he was in Toronto, man, he was whew. Yeah, that heart thing was crazy, right? And he wanted to come back. Miami was like, "We're not gonna have you die on the court and have it be our problem."
Cared. Nobody would have cared.
No, I think if they would have said like we're gonna win 5 rings and they all held a press conference together like that, people wouldn't have liked that either.
Okay, you know what? I think that's a fair point. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's fair. I looking back on it, could they have not done a damn concert and said we're gonna win 6, 7, 8 rings? Yeah, okay. I can see how that could piss some people off. But the reality is, man, I think.
See, that's the big difference, right? Is Boston, you know, those guys came together and they were like, yeah, dude, we would like you. You could just tell the mood was like, we would like to win a ring. Like we, Ray Allen, KG, and Paul Pierce specifically, we would like to win a ring, right? Like that was kind of what the mood or the signal was, right? Miami came in and they were like, we're going to win not 5, not 6, not 7, right? Like it was a totally different, like the way they beat their chest about it. It was just totally different, you know? The Celtics are way more humble about it, you know, a little bit more like, hey, we know what we're doing here, you know, but we're not going to like, you know, we're not going to like rub it in your face or anything like that. We just want to go out and handle business and get a ring. If we're lucky, maybe 2.
People don't like it because, and I think Dwayne Wade alluded to this, you know, he
leaving Miami? Oh, that's a good question. Conspiracy corner, bro. So essentially, did LeBron James know that Bosh had the issue before deciding to leave? Yeah, Jermaine O'Neal was really good there for a while. KG, we forgot KG. He was obviously a really good power forward. Yeah, that's actually kind of crazy. I'm because let's see, 2011, 12, 13, 14 was his last year in Miami, right? So he left the next year. Bosh required months of blood treatment and missed the rest of the 2015 season. So I think this was like a year before, or this happened a year after he left. Dart, we should have a conspiracy corner. We can do, did the mob force MJ out? Was the 06 finals rigged? And then did LeBron James know that Chris Bosh had blood clots before he left? He cut tail and run. He left his buddy hanging. Right. You mean Building 7, Ren?
He was saying how like that first year he definitely felt like the racism of like 3 black.
All right, this is what I don't get. You guys in chat can sound off on this. Maybe Dwayne Wade said this. So what? That was in 2010? Uh-oh. Oh, what just happened to... We all wondered 2010 why LeBron and Wade went to Miami with Chris Bosh when they could have come to Chicago to play with Derrick Rose. What the fuck? That's not a good argument, man. Like, well, we could have gone to Miami, or we could have gone to Chicago and joined up with the reigning MVP. That's not, doesn't make you look better, man. You know, that was another thing too, that, you know, my big thing that I knocked LeBron for is that he's from Ohio, right? Like, he is a Cleveland guy, right? And they had never won a ring yet up to this point. And you're the best player in the league, right? I know Derrick Rose won the MVP that year, but LeBron was the best player in the league. And you go to Miami instead of having, you know, Wade and Bosh come to you and win a title for the city of Cleveland, right? And for the state of Ohio. Like, that, I actually, now thinking about this, that actually made me more mad than the whole decision itself, right? It was the fact that, like, he left his hometown, his home state, to go to Miami to win a ring when they had just won one in 06. And he, instead of, like, saying, I'm going to stay here and win one for Cleveland, right? Oh, man. Yeah, I know Wade was locked down at the time, but, like, still, like, you could have waited another year or two or something, or who knows, but fuck, man. Like, I don't know. That's actually what made me more mad than anything. Yeah, I'm gonna discuss it. You guys are more than welcome to give your thoughts on the all-time starting five. Yeah, so apparently he says that Dwayne Wade had said, like, racist people were mad that, like, three black ball players got together to do their own thing, right? Which it just seems that seems totally ludicrous to me, because, like, I even told him, like, I'm all for the players doing their thing, right? Using leverage, getting paid, right? I'm all here for it, right? That also, though, means if it doesn't go right, it's on you even more, though. You know, like, there's now no excuses. You can't blame the coach or the GM. It's all on you, right? And LeBron's notorious for picking guys, wanting this coach or that coach, right? So when it doesn't work, it's all on you now, right? That's the other side of the coin. Yeah, so I don't know, but he had said something like, Wade said that, like, racists were mad that they joined up in Miami, that players were, like, now calling the shots. Like, I don't know, man. Like, that, I guess that makes no sense to me, I suppose, right? Like, if you're a racist, are you watching NBA to begin with, right? Like, it's 75, 80% black athletes. Like, you know what I mean? If you're are you even watching the NBA to begin with, right? I don't think so. Probably not.
Players doing pretty much their own thing, making their own rules, because what they really did when LeBron went,
exactly, it's like majority black. Like, why would a racist put themselves through that to be like, I hate black people, like, I'm gonna watch the NBA, you know? That's what I'm gonna spend my time doing. Like, I don't know, that I don't remember hearing that one didn't make much sense to me.
To Miami, what this did was this started a new generation of player empowerment. Now, look at the NBA now. It's player empowerment all over the place. Guys are taking control of their career, they're doing what they want to do, and you could say LeBron started that to a certain extent. So I think
I agree with that. He trying to think of, like, if there was a guy who did a holdout before LeBron or anything like that. You know, like, I know Shaq talks a lot about how LA came after him pretty hard to get $120 million for his deal or whatever it was. Fun fact, Tom Chambers was the first big free agent when that came around. He was, like, the first big signing when, like, kind of free agency, the rules had changed. Fun fact on that. But, like, I can't, you know, I know Shaq talks about that a lot. You know, guys like Duncan and Dirk, I think, had like taken a little less money to stay. But yeah, in terms of how LeBron did it, I can't think of anyone who quite did it the way he did it in terms of going to another team, joining with other players, etc.
That's where a lot of this anger comes in at, is because y'all don't like the fact. I'm not saying you in particular. I'm saying the people who don't like it.
Yeah, right? If you're racist, aren't you watching golf or something, you know? I mean, I will debate Tug, but he never has me on. He always hangs up on me and shit.
Y'all don't like the fact that LeBron James...
I'll debate anyone, anywhere, anytime. I love debating. It's so fun. As long as I halfway agree with my position, I'll take any side.
James recognized his value, recognized what he was worth, and he said, you know what? If Dan Gilbert and the Cavaliers aren't going to put a team around me where I can go win titles, and I'm going to do it my damn self. I think that's what it is.
And then it was also not a good look for LeBron to go back to Cleveland after Kyrie Irving started coming into his own like that. See, sometimes it's not so much like that people don't like what he did or blame him, because I even told him in this call, I was like, people don't hate LeBron for wanting to go win rings, right? It's the way he showboated it. It's the way he kind of took the easy way out a little bit. Sometimes the way it looks is worse than the actual reality, right?
I guess I can't speak to the racism. I don't remember that too much. Maybe I missed something there, but I think it was just the show of it all, right? Like, I don't think people, if LeBron's like, I've got to win rings, right? I've got to win rings. I want to win 6, like Kobe alluded to. Man, I really wanted to win 6 to kind of compare myself to Jordan a little more. We can all understand that. We can all get that. Like, you're trying to cement your legacy here, and we respect you, right? Like, we respect that you want to win championships, right? But I guess, like, when you just make, I'm chasing it so hard, and, like, I'm going to join up.
Yeah, Michael, we saw you. A guy named YB who kind of comes through my page sometimes, he wants me to make a short of when all of you guys, like, stormed his chat, and he started blocking all of y'all. He blocked, like, 5 or 6 people at once. Oh, my God. It was so funny.
Up with these 2 other guys, and we're going to do, the whole show of it. I just think it leaves like a bad taste in people's mouths. That's all. I don't know. Maybe there's something about the racism there. I don't really remember that too much. Or, again, I could be missing something, but I think it was just.
I don't remember that. Michael, you're a big LeBron fan. Do you remember? I kind of remember him now, thinking about it. That like Dwayne Wade said, racist people were mad that like black athletes were calling the shots now or something, but. I don't know if you saw it just a second ago, we were joking how like if you're a racist, like, are you really watching the NBA? You know what I mean? Like, is that really your go-to sport that you're like funneled in on? So funny. It's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure. Shouldn't you be watching tennis or golf or hockey?
The whole showboating of it all.
But you would be.
And by the way, I like the players using their leverage. I'm all for it, by the way.
Okay. Right. I agree. Like, I think that's a fair point.
This is when I took the steam out of him a little bit, right? Like, you could see I was trying to be reasonable. Again, I wanted to get to the whole LeBron versus MJ debate, but I never quite got there, and then my call dropped. Unfortunately, that's on me.
I think, if you're gonna go around, like that concert they did, that probably was overboard. You know what I mean? To get up there and say, I'm gonna win 1, 2, 3. Like, okay, I could give you that, right? But outside of that, I mean, the decision.
Oh, for sure, it'd be better if he engaged. Like this guy here. Like, this is why I like this guy's channel. Like, it's like 10,000 subs, which is smaller than Tug's main channel, the Universe Galaxy NBA. But if you ever go into Tug's chat when he's live and stuff, and he's got maybe 8 to 10 people watching, right? There's like no activity, right? It's like 3 or 4 guys, who are typing in the chat, right? This guy's chat room, like, here, you can maybe see it here. Like, this guy's chat room was going, you obviously have like, 100, 200, 3. I couldn't remember the exact number. I should have maybe paid attention. You got tons of people watching and like interacting. It's just way more active, right? Because he actually engages people, and he's actually a good like debater and stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like, if you're really racist, like, is basketball your go-to sport you're enjoying on the weekend or after work or whatever? Clutch Sports. What are you talking about, Taj? I guess I'm down to do call lines. I could do a StreamYard link. I guess it wouldn't be that hard. I mean, if you guys really want to call in. Go ahead, caller. What's your take?
I didn't have any problems with the decision, right? I didn't feel no type of way. I didn't feel like burning any LeBron gear, or it didn't affect me in any type of way. I can understand the fans in Cleveland feeling a certain type of way, but other than that, like people that don't live in Cleveland, that you live in fucking California, like why are you offended that this man is going to Miami? Why would that offend?
Again, I think people just didn't like the way he did it, right? The flip side of that, too, is that, you know, he did donate, I think, money to charity because of doing the decision, right? Which, you know, if you're a conspiracy theorist, right, you could say that's kind of like you're running cover a little bit for you to, like, have this spectacle of going to Miami. But that aside, when they did that concert and it was like, not 4, not 5. That's what really put the nail in the coffin of like, all right, everyone's rooting against you now. Everyone who's not in Miami is rooting against you, right? Like you have to understand that's what's going to happen. Like if you want to play the bad guy role, then okay, go ahead and do that, right? But if you're going to do that and then be like, "Hey man, why are you guys rooting against us?" It's like, isn't it obvious like you're making a spectacle of like joining up with other greats to win rings, and you're like rubbing everyone's face in it. Like, yeah, of course we want you to lose, right?
Offend you? Why would you be offended by?
Yeah, I mean, that he was a hometown guy too, so I think that that just hurts, right? Like like if I'm a Mavericks fan, just to be upfront. If there was some guy homegrown in Dallas,
Ren's Ren's one of the guys who runs the channel with me. Actually, he's been on my live streams before. If you guys want, I'll open a StreamYard link up. I mean, I don't care.
And, grew up, went to high school in Dallas, went to college at SMU or whatever, and then, takes us to a finals and the future looks bright, and then he leaves. That would definitely, I'd have to pull the knife out of my back pretty hard, right? That's what it'd feel like.
I mean, I guess, man. So you're telling me right now, if Luka, you say you're a Mavs fan, right? So
this is where my call started to drop out.
You're telling me right now that if Luka says, you know what, guys, I've tried here. Mark Cuban, he can't put the team around me. Are you telling me you're going to go outside and burn your Mavericks gear?
No, I would not. First of all, I actually don't have any Luka gear. I need to get on that. I have a ton of Dirt gear, obviously, but no, I would never burn my stuff. That's just stupid. Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow, Dart, or later on tonight if you're doing a stream. You see, he just goes quiet.
All right, man. I don't know what happened to the guy, chat. I don't know what happened. I will give him. I will give him that point though. Okay, he's back. So yeah, man. What are you gonna? If Luka says he wants out, are you gonna burn your Mavericks?
My call started dropping.
Hello.
Yeah, I think Luka's good enough. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hell, he went to the Western Conference Finals with a bunch of role players 2 years ago, right? He comes back 4 years later, and they're like, God, I gotta spend $100 on another LeBron jersey. Hating it.
Oh.
Yeah, I think this is where it's over.
All right, man. I don't know what's going on with his. All right, but it's my last time, bro, because now you're disrupting the quality of the show. Can you hear me, bro?
It's my last time, bro. He's like,
it's
had
all good,
enough.
man. Good call. Like I said, you made a couple good points, but you got to get off the show now. All right, John, what's going on, man?
Good call. He said I had a good call. We'll take that, boys. We'll take that. Good call, but now you're ruining the quality of the show. It's like, you're right. All right, these are some other videos I watched because he kind of brought up the East in LeBron's time versus the East in Jordan's time. And this is the one I wanted to watch. It's 1.5 speed, 14 minutes, so hopefully get through it in a little bit. Yeah, I was a little shocked too. The Mavs last year couldn't shoot free throws. They gave up leads. and their defense was around the rim was definitely lacking. But it's kind of funny because simply by losing a couple games, we get the 10th pick, we get Lively for it. We trade out of the 10th pick, or we trade out of the 10th spot. We still get Lively, and we get rid of Davis Bertans' contract, which God was like, all I wanted was to get off of his contract. So we do that. We make some trades, and we pick up Maxi Prosper, which, yeah, I'm not a big fan of Jason Kidd. I see no creativity at all. Like, just nothing. Like, everyone knows what's coming. I don't see him ever drawing up anything that's like, wow, I haven't seen that before. Like, wow, that's a good inbounds play, or, something like that. Yeah, man. Freaking Davis Bertans, man.
Timing, as they say, is everything in life. And so too is it in sports. What if I were to tell you Jason Kidd had more points, rebounds, and assists in his NBA career than Magic Johnson? That Elvin Hayes has more total points and rebounds for his career and a higher average per game in both categories than Tim Duncan? And did you know that Drew Brees led the league in passing yards a record 7 times in his career? Or that Peyton Manning had 7 first-team All-Pro selections, more than Tom Brady and Joe Montana combined?
Nobody cares.
But when the chips were in the center of the table and the lights were at their brightest, we knew who the peak performers were. And that is what has always driven the conversations of who the greatest players were. But that conversation, as it pertains to the NBA's GOAT, has shifted for whatever reason in recent years to LeBron James and Michael Jordan, as the ratings pigs at various cash cow major media outlets continue to fuel their obedient Gen Z flock who eat it all up and pledge their allegiance to the self-proclaimed GOAT.
That one right there made me the greatest player of all time.
But a primary point of contention
yeah, that's another thing, like, I guess you could call yourself the GOAT, but like when you haven't even retired yet, I don't know how long ago that clip was, like, even Jordan won't really answer the GOAT question, right? He kind of says, like, it's hard to compare eras and stuff like that.
Inevitably are the failures LeBron James has incurred throughout his playoff career, winning just 4 titles in 20 full and relatively healthy seasons, while the counterpoint.
So this video specifically dives into the East versus East comparison that guy I called into a show last night was talking about.
In recent years.
Was that in 2019 when he said that? Yeah, I don't know, man.
Has become the tried and trusted plumber defense.
What's really sad, right, or what sucks for LeBron is he's had so many opportunities to get 7 rings, right? Like, he could have got 6 or 7. I know he's played good teams, and that one year he got swept by San Antonio when he was on definitely a subpar Cleveland team comparatively, right? But, man, he's just, that haunts him, bro. Like, that keeps him up at night.
Oh, well, he was being guarded by plumbers and firemen.
To call out the perceived lack of competition, Jordan.
Oh, yeah. YB, if you're watching this and you see this, YB said that in the 90s was still firemen and plumbers, right? Like, he still said firemen and plumbers were guarding MJ in the 90s, man. Like, dude, come on. Like, I buy that argument a little bit. Up into like the 60s and 70s and the 50s if you want to go that far back. But bro, in the 90s, like, come on, man. Like, no way. No one is getting paid millions of dollars who's like a fireman in their part-time, or like that's their athletic ability, is like he could have been a fireman or an NBA player. Like, these guys just weren't that good. They weren't finding the best athletes in the world. It's like, come on, man.
Faced along his way to a sterling 6-0 record in the NBA Finals.
So my explanation, Big Woke says, why do people think Jordan faced lesser competition? We kind of went over it earlier, right? So they put in the hard salary cap 1984, mid-'80s, right? And so by the time the 90s had rolled around, it had taken effect, and the talent was much more spread out, right? It just was, I was talking about how I did research on the Mavs versus Rockets finals run, and the Mavs are the second longest ever long shot to win, right, at plus 2,000. And in 2011, before the season started, they were plus 2,000, but they were only like 5 or 6 down the list in terms of teams with the best odds to win, right? In 1995, you have to go to the 12th team to get to plus 2,000 odds, right? The competition was just much tighter in the 90s because the talent was more spread out, right? And then, of course, you had like the Celtics and LeBron changed that, and now we have like before the hard salary cap, you had super teams, and now it's like we're going back to that, right? Players are kind of making backdoor deals and stuff like that, and now the super teams are back, right? And so it's kind of a two-edged sword. You could say that in the 90s there were no super teams, right? But that's just because of the landscape of the NBA. And the second layer to that is because there were no super teams, it's actually a much greater litmus test to see who the best player is, right? If you give a team only 1 or 2 stars and then role players, and that's the most, we can definitely see who the best player is, right? Who is doing the most for their team to win, right? So, like, I don't really buy into the lesser competition. It's just that it was perhaps a little more spread out. But at the same time, Jordan left no doubts. He was the greatest player in the 90s, right? At a minimum, right? If not ever. Like, there's just no arguing that, like, he beat everybody he went up against. And it's just, he did more for his team, led his team more, produced the most, etc., and on and on and on, right? It's just, it's a two-edged sword. Like, if you're going to make that argument, then okay, then if Jordan played today, he would play with 2 or 3 other all-stars. He would still dominate. Like, he would still win. It's kind of a silly argument to say that he played lesser competition, right? Give the fans what they want. Yeah. 2016 finals says he was chasing Jordan and he loses 2 finals. Yeah, and Kobe said he wanted 6 rings real bad too because he was chasing Jordan. And I brought that up in the when I was reviewing Dart's video or Michael Jordan fans are the best video, that LeBron kind of brought the revolution of the super team again, because in that 7th year, after 7 years, he hadn't won a ring, and Jordan won his first ring his 7th year, and he knows he's got to start winning, right? Like, and he was willing to sell his soul, metaphorically speaking, going to Miami so he could start winning rings. Like, he knows he's got to get to 6 or at least 5, right? To, like, sort of even be in the same conversation, right? I mean, Jordan set such a high bar that, like, he almost brought about the super team again in a weird way.
What amounted to only 12 full seasons. But as with most things in sports, to reveal the truth will require us to dig into the context of their runs. Both the
Ren, you want to call in? Let me do this video, and if you want to, this guy's just gonna run through some Eastern Conference stats of LeBron and Jordan's eras, and then if you want to call in, we could talk about the starting 5, because I honestly have no idea. I haven't thought too hard about it.
As well as the supporting casts they had around them. And in his first title run by Michael Jordan's Bulls in the 1990-91 season, his playoffs began sweeping the New York Knicks, who were only 39-43 for the season. But to be fair, LeBron's final runs in 2007, 2011, 2013, and 2015 all featured playoff opponents without a winning record. Next up were the 44-38 Philadelphia 76ers before reaching the 50-win Detroit Pistons in the Eastern Conference Finals, who had just been to 3 consecutive NBA Finals and won the last 2 straight titles. Of course, the Bulls would sweep them en route to Jordan's first finals appearance, where he would meet the 58-win Lakers, who, yes, no longer had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but they did have 31-year-old Magic Johnson, who finished that season 2nd in league MVP voting, as well as 29-year-old Hall of Famer.
So, GB, the thing about rings in basketball, though, is this, right? Basketball, and maybe you've heard me make this argument before, right? Basketball, in terms of the other major team sports, right? It's the least amount of players on the smallest court of competition. Players play both offense and defense. You have to all sort of be able to do the same thing in terms of passing, defense, shooting, dribbling, all kinds of things, right? And so it's much easier to see who is leaving their imprint on a game, right? Who is like influencing the game the most, right? And you can look at stats or the eye test or what have you, but the reason a ring matters, again, it's not everything, right? There definitely is nuance, and the MVP doesn't always play on the championship winning team. Someone from the All NBA doesn't always win. First team All NBA isn't always on a championship team. I understand that. But the reason why rings matter in basketball is because it's such an more transparent sport than anything else to say, were you good enough to put your team on the mountaintop, right? There's so many less variables in basketball compared to like baseball, right? Baseball, you have hitters, you have pitchers, you have fielders. You can't do everything, right? So you have to rely on your team a little more, or it takes a little bit more of, you can only do one thing really well. There's not a lot of guys who, O'Shea Otanis are not walking around, right, every day, right? There's not guys who can just do it all in baseball. Same thing with like football. You have such a limited responsibility to your team. So like, it's not so much put on you if your team wins or doesn't win, right? Basketball is a totally different animal, right? You're one of 5 guys against another 5 guys on a really small court, and you play 35, 40 minutes. You play offense and defense. You can, as the best player, right, you can guard the best first or second best guy on defense. You can demand the ball on offense, right? There's so much more responsibility on a star guy to lead his team to victory that's why rings matter in basketball more. It's like the only other comparable thing is the NFL quarterback, right? Why do rings matter so much more to quarterbacks than a defensive back or a linebacker or a running back or wide receiver, right? Because the quarterback has such an influence on the game, right? He has such an influence on the outcome, calling the right plays, audibles, he's literally half of the offense, right? Quarterback's the only comparable thing to a basketball player winning rings in terms of like why it's so important or why it's such a big deal. That's exactly why MLB is all about stats, right? Is all about stats more than anything else, because everyone is so isolated in what they do. You know what I mean? It's not like one guy can catch a fly ball and then run over to second and then run over to third and throw it. It's just not how it works. The game is just different. Was Barkley the 3rd best player in the 90s? Yeah, I was going to say Dream. That's a tough one. But see, I'll come back to the best in the 90s. GB says being one of 5 means that the percentage of your team's success will always be less than 100%. You can't get around that. This isn't golf, tennis, or boxing. Well, I said team sport, first of all. Shaq in the 90s, I don't know, because, well, technically he hit his stride in 2000, right? And he won those 3 straight. Again, saying that it doesn't equal to 100, you're kind of insinuating that it's 20% per player, right? If we just take a starting 5, that it's like 20% per player, right? That's not how it works. People on the Bulls were not each contributing 20%, right? And Jordan being the best player on his team versus the best player on the other team, they're not equally contributing either, right? Guys contribute differently. I mean, we literally have, to kind of, not that it's the end-all be-all, but we have PERs, we have win shares. There are things you can tell to see how much a guy contributes, whether it be based on time or per game or the amount of total stats he has, right? So, like, yeah, I understand one guy doesn't do it all, but in basketball, more than any other team sport, we can tell who's the most responsible for their team being good or not, right? It's much different than any other sport like that, team sport. Yeah, usage rate, there's all kinds of stuff. Even if you don't want to just use the eye test, there are things that kind of like, Pippen in the 90s, I mean, the fact that he won 6, he's got to be top 10, right? Just for the 90s, you would think. All defensive teams. He's pretty good. Where were we at? Oh, yeah, best player in the 90s. Yeah, Barkley was pretty good. He essentially was the second best offensive player, I would kind of think. I mean, you got Malone and Stockton, too. Malone would be a good pick as well in terms of top 3. I mean, obviously, Jordan's one for the 90s. Dream's kind of hard to deny with his back-to-back and the way he dominated. MVP, Defensive Player of the Year. Finished top 10 in 4 categories. I would have to put Dream too, right? I mean, for the 90s, I would think so. Man, Barkley. The thing is, nobody else won a ring, right? Unless you want to give Robinson a ring for the 99 season, which, you know, neither here nor there. Yeah, Barkley seems probably best, right? Also considering he didn't really have another star like Malone and Stockton did. I could buy Barkley. But the argument is not that you have to contribute 100% to be given the most credit or the reason why your team wins a ring. It's just that in basketball, right, the comparison between players and the fact that everyone kind of does the same thing in a way, it's just much easier to tell who the best player is, who led their team, right? So if a guy leads his team to a ring, that means a bunch of shit. What up, Kenny? We're ranting on about sports like we always do. Ren has no idea.
James Worthy, who along with Magic made that year's All-Star game. Who did not make the All-Star team that year was Scottie Pippen, or any other Jordan teammate on the Chicago Bulls that season. But no problem for Mike, as he would beat the Lakers 4-1 in the finals while easily being named Finals MVP, as he led the team in points, assists, steals, and blocks, averaging 31.5 points, 11.5 assists, 6.5 rebounds, nearly 3 steals, and 1.5 blocks per game on 56% shooting. The Bulls were 15-2 during that postseason run, while Jordan would beat Patrick Ewing, Charles...
Damn, 15-2. The best of all time, right, was the Lakers in 2001. They went 15-1. They lost 1 game to the Sixers. At the bottom of the Twitch list. Okay, I can send you a link. Let me get a StreamYard going here. We might as well just open it up. Let me see. Hold on, let me get this going. When prompted by YouTube, please choose the YouTube channel that's connected to the destination in NB Sports. That's what I'm doing. I've never done this before. What do? I create a live stream, I guess. Studio, yes. Just gonna title it Rings. god, dude. Saying it lost a connection to my YouTube channel, and I'm trying to get it back. Account settings. I guess I can just give you my Discord too. Is Discord okay? GB, do you have Discord? Yeah. Go ahead and call me, Ryan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like you froze on the computer though. But fuck, what was I gonna call you about?
Top
Oh,
five or what?
it was actually about yeah, I can hear you. It was actually about LeBron. Do you think the fact that he's because all this started and he's actually the best during the era of everybody creating super teams kind of hurts him because it just puts him as the face, even though Kyrie Leonard does it every year?
Kawhi Leonard does it every year?
Yeah, I mess his name up all the time.
Well, I mean, yeah, like for sure, the super team thing hurts him. Like, absolutely, 100%.
No, I mean, like, do you think it hurts him more than everybody else because he is the best?
He started it, yeah, and he's the best. Yeah, but like even Kawhi, he joined up with Paul George.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't been healthy in like 5 years, but I mean, he did win as a Raptor, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, and he won, drafted with the Spurs.
But I just think like, I mean, LeBron's gone to the finals with some scrub teams, and in no way I'm a LeBron fan. He's went to the finals probably more than half the years he's been in the league with some players you've never even heard of.
How many years
Then
has it been? 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. I think he's been to 8, something like that.
Oh yeah, he is. But his longevity's starting to hurt him. He's not going to catch Jordan. But I really think you're right about had he never done that press conference, I don't think it would have been half as big of a deal.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I was saying, like, we can respect you for wanting to go chase rings. Like, we totally get it, right? But like when you make it a spectacle, it's almost like you're mocking how hard it is to win rings, right? If you just would have done that and then be like, yeah, I just want to win, right? It would have been a totally different perception.
I mean, like back in the day, it was, Malone and Peyton were older when they went to the Lakers. I mean, maybe not as much Peyton as Malone, but I mean, they were just on their last legs, like, I'm going to try to get a ring before I bow out.
Yeah. Yeah, it's totally different. Like the last hurrah is totally different than like you being in your prime, right? And you going and doing that with other two guys in your prime, one of which had already won a ring. Yeah, it's just a totally different vibe is the best way to put it.
And I think he doesn't get enough credit, even though I don't like Durant. Or wait, did he beat the Durant Warriors when he was on Cleveland?
LeBron never beat the Warriors when they had Durant.
But he beat the 72-win Warriors.
Yeah, that was also Draymond got suspended for like Game 5 or what have you. So I don't know.
That's a good segue back to the 90s. In the 90s, you get in fist fights, they just continue the game. No one's ejected. I don't see how there was plumbers and firemen at all.
Yeah,
I mean that
the
league,
90s,
it was
dude,
so
by
bruising,
that time,
bruising
like, the
league
athletes were. By the time the 90s rolled around, the athletes were way different, right, than like the 60s and 70s, and even the 80s.
Dude, look at Sean Kemp. I mean, I don't even think he could shoot. He was just a freak.
Yeah, like look at Shaq. Like look at the Dream.
Yeah,
like guys were absolute freaks.
The Dream had some touch.
Yeah, but even physically, right? Like just the guy who could move at that size, like that was essentially, I know Kareem could move a little bit and Wilt was okay, but A guy who could, with footwork and agility like that, I still don't think there's been another one like him.
You really had some people that won the genetic lottery in the 90s, for sure.
God damn it. Why couldn't it be us?
Because we like to shoot threes.
Yeah, that's all we did. Dang, dude, I'm trying to open up my StreamYard, and it's like not connecting.
Haven't you done this before?
No, I've never actually done the StreamYard. It's kind of pissing me off.
Didn't you just pay for it too?
No, I didn't. No, that was Restream.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh, I was gonna ask you real quick. Before you're gonna want to wait and just do your top 5 later.
You can go ahead and do it.
Oh, I was just gonna. Oh, you already know mine. I mean, if you're gonna put Magic, LeBron James is just a way better version of Magic Johnson and I think in every way. So I put him at point guard, and just make Kobe and MJ 2 and 3. And then if you're gonna talk about like chemistry, then you could switch out you can have KG in the Dream, just protecting the basket and just have, and one knock on LeBron is he passes too much. We'll let him pass to Kobe and Jordan. I mean, I'll keep that starting 5. The only thing though, when he brought up Barkley, I forget how much I love Barkley. Now I'm going between Barkley, Bird, and KG as my power forward.
Yeah, I think Bird is just the best overall game. All right, I figured it out. Do you wanna hop in the StreamYard with GB or?
Oh, you can let him have it. You can let him have his call. I just wanted to talk about the LeBron thing.
Okay. All right.
All right, man. Later.
There you go, GB. I figured it out. I've never done this before, though, the StreamYard, so we're all learning on the fly. Let me see here. I'm just saying, bro. GB, let me know if it works. This is the first time I've tried the StreamYard. Okay, Ren. GB! I have no idea what it looks like when someone like calls in or something. Ren, you want to call? Oh, wait, hold on. Okay. Let me know if you can get in, though, because I've never done the StreamYard before. It's like I have no idea what it looks like when you hop in. But I think I got it working. Oh, GB, you're killing my production value here, bro. I think GB wants to call in and talk about rings. Give me 2 seconds also. I'm going to get a drink real quick. Diet Dr. Pepper. Not a drink. Diet Dr. Pepper needs to sponsor me, bro. I totally haven't been using my soundboard.
Don't bet against me.
I don't bet anyway.
Lose your life.
Oh, okay. Oh, Ren, I see you. Okay, how do I do this? Fuck. Oh, there we go. How do I, and then I unmute you? Or there you go. Can you hear me? Oh, you're roboting, but you're here.
What do you mean? My audio's not good?
There you go. Now you're coming in. What's up, big dog?
Hey, how's my audio? Let me know if it's good. I'm gonna make adjustments.
You
so
sound
it's clear.
perfect.
Sound perfect? All right, good. Hey, yeah, thanks for having me. It's been a long time coming, so.
Yeah, for sure.
It's good
We've
to
been
be
trying
on
to
the
hook
show.
up for a while.
Yeah, so anyway, I know we were trying to find debate topics, and I think we found one because apparently we're on different sides, very different sides when it comes to the whole ring conversation. I had this conversation with Dart last night too. I know you're someone that likes to come well researched for a debate, so maybe we can save that as a special discussion point. I don't know how you thought about that, but just maybe a brief question here. So, are you saying that if you have two teams on a basketball court, the best player is always going to be on the team that wins?
No, not always. No, absolutely not. But then again, we can look and see who the best player is, right? By that kind of standard.
By what standard?
Like by the fact that you just said, like, we can see who the best player is. If we know that the best player doesn't win every time, you're kind of like, the whole thing about why rings matter, right? Is if you are the best player of a team and things are relatively equal, which they should be, or for the most part are, or definitely were more so in Jordan's time with the salary cap and whatnot, like winning rings matters in a game where you as the best player have such an influence on the game, right? Not saying you have to win every time, but at the same time, if you never win a ring or anything like that, like, it's got to somewhat be a reflection on the best player at some point, right?
Well, but you're getting away from my original question. My original question was, is it to be the best player on a basketball court, but be on the losing side?
Yeah, absolutely. That can happen.
So then winning a game or even a series doesn't define who's the best player then?
I mean, again, it's not 100%. No, not all the time. But again, as the best player, I mean, you do have the most responsibility, or the burden does fall on you the most to lead your team to victory, right?
Of course it does, but that doesn't change that's not dependent upon the outcome. Because again, you play with other guys who have to contribute. So if you're the actual best player on the court, but the team you're surrounded by is weak, the other team, even though they are less.
Were you done, or did you drop
the
out?
Best player.
Say that again. You
And if
dropped out
that's
for a
the
second.
case, And if that's the case, that means the best can't be defined by winning.
I mean, again, it's not 100%, but it's like, so what if you win like 10 MVPs, but you never get out of the first round?
The MVP is hey, are you there?
Yeah, it
Hello?
looks like
You there?
your mic keeps muting and then unmuting. I'm not sure if like you're hitting something or something.
Hold on a second. Let me try to make some adjustments. So.
Okay. Sweet. Now I got the StreamYard down. We should do this more often.
Okay, sorry, I was using some AI noise removal. It should be less bouncy now. How's it sound now? Is it pretty clear?
Yeah, look, I mean, you sound good when it does come through.
Okay. So, I'm sorry, where did you leave off? What was the last thing we were talking about?
So I
what
was
what did
saying
I not what did you miss?
I heard most of it. So again, like I mean, you do play to win. Like winning does matter somewhat, has to, I would think. Do you agree with that?
Well, of course it matters. But again, it's not solely dependent on you. It's because again, it's a team game, right? It's not tennis where your success is 100% dependent upon what you do, right? You pass the ball to a guy, he needs to make that shot. A guy gets fouled for free throws, he needs to make those free throws, right? And those little tiny things can affect the outcome of whole games. So I can't go to the end result of winning and losing and use that to determine the best. I'm working backwards instead of working forwards.
As the best player, do you not also have a responsibility to like make sure your teammates are in the best spot? Or again, like if you're the best player and you beat your man off the dribble, right, and you make the right pass, is it not also like your job for like you to make the right pass, make the right play, do what is needed for your team to win? I understand it's a team game, right? But the thing with basketball is we're kind of have to meet in the middle a little bit, in that you're kind of insinuating that everyone contributes equally, right? Which is not the case, right? You usually have one or two players who dominate the ball or are your best players on defense, etc. You have a responsibility to produce or outproduce the better players on the other team, to score more, play better defense, etc. And in basketball, like you have you're 20% of your team just on the floor by itself. Like you have such a responsibility and ability to influence the outcome of a game that, again, I understand it's a team sport, but one guy has such an influence on the outcome, though, is kind of what I'm saying. So again, rings don't mean everything, but in basketball compared to other team sports, it's a much larger factor than like blaming a guy because he didn't win the World Series. And yes, I understand we can look at a team and be like, this guy didn't have as good of a supporting cast, etc., right? But everyone plays under the salary cap. You're theoretically, right, you should have somewhere near the same amount of talent as another team, right? I know it doesn't always work out like that, but things roughly are even or supposed to be. And if you can never win a ring, it's not that it's necessarily like the end of the world or it's held against you, but as the best player, you do have such an influence that you get most of the blame also if you don't win.
Well, that's because people are using skewed standards. That's what I would say. And this is what I was getting at with Dart last night. And he was asking me, how do I evaluate who the best player was? And I said, the best player to me is the player who gives the team that he's on the best chances to win, or gives the team the greatest lift to win. But that just because you give the greatest lift or the greatest chances sometimes that results in winning and sometimes it doesn't. And the two reasons why are, number one, you got to have guys around you that are able to carry their load. And if you do everything you can and they fail, you will not have success. And number two, the collective strength of the opposition. If the collective strength of the opposition is better than the collective strength of your opposition, even though you're the best guy on the floor, you're still going to lose the game.
How do you, going back to the first part, how do you judge giving your team the best chance to win or the best opportunity? However, I forget exactly how you put it.
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and that's the same question Dart asked me. So basically, you'd have to do an in-depth analysis on a person's skill and what they produce by not only doing a book study, that means looking at the stats, but also doing a film study, because there's a lot about basketball skill and ability that isn't placed in a stat sheet. For example, let's take defense, right? The two main stats we use for defense are steals and blocks. However, there's a lot about defense that isn't in a stat book. For example, your quality of rotations, or your court coverage, or your rim protection, or your length, or your versatility in defending 1 through 5. Those are things that you can't find in Basketball Reference, right? That's something you actually have to watch the game and evaluate how a guy plays to see how he's good in those areas. And there's a lot of areas like that, both on the offensive side and defensive side of the ball. So if you were to rank a player, you have to take all those things into consideration and then create some type of rating system to show, hey, if I have Michael Jordan, he's basically giving me a +10. And if I have LeBron James, he's giving me a +8. So Michael Jordan giving me a +10, he's actually the better basketball player. It's not about their accolades or results. It's about, after you tally the totality of their skill set, their abilities, and you give them kind of like an ELO rating, that can help you determine who's who in basketball. But again, that's so hard to determine, and I don't even think it's possible.
Well, I would say offensively, I don't know what you think about like PER or like win shares or anything like that. What do you think about those?
So PER, we talked about that last night on Dart stream. So one of the problems with player efficiency rating is that it's weak when evaluating how good a guy is defensively, because it only takes into account,
I said offense,
steals and blocks. Offense?
Yeah, PER is, well, it's heavily, like you said, steals and blocks aren't everything. It's heavily weighted to offense.
Well, even then, there's a lot about offense that isn't measured in a stat book, just like there is on defense. For example, how good does a guy space the floor? Or how good is he at opening lanes? How good is he about drawing double team coverage? How about his ability to hit the open man? How about his isolation skills versus his ability to create shots for his teammates? Those are things that, again, there's no metric number that we have that can calculate all that. How good is he at finishing? There's no metric there. So again, PER, it's not going to give you a comprehensive breakdown of a person's offensive skill. It can give you a breakdown of their per minute production in the area of points, rebounds, and assists, but it's incomplete.
So would you agree or disagree that, let's just say the eye test, or even you wouldn't even have to watch, but if someone does all of these things you've mentioned collectively on average the best, would they not also win the most?
Well, no, because again, it requires other guys. So again, you pass the ball, the guy's wide open for the 3-pointer and he misses it. Now, you made the right basketball play. You demonstrated your skill in finding him. You may have demonstrated your skill in creating that open shot by drawing the double team from the defense. But again, he has to make that open shot. And I think we all kind of know this. I mean, let's use Michael Jordan, the guy that, everyone thinks is the GOAT. Michael Jordan says, I wouldn't have won 6 rings without Scottie Pippen. That's him right there acknowledging, hey, I needed help. I needed talent around me in order to achieve success. And if I didn't have that, I wouldn't have had the success that I had. And that's true with any championship team. You can't win by yourself. You got to have, preferably all-star, at least all-star caliber players around you, and then also role players that can do their job. And that's what makes a difference between winning and losing.
Agreed, but
it can't be determined. It can't be determined by one guy.
If you are the best player, it would seem that more times than not, you're doing a lot of these things already, right? Like, yeah, you need your teammate to hit a shot, right? But we're talking about over like a long career average. If you're doing all of these things right, or you're leading your team or the league in certain stats or things like this, right? Over a long enough haul, like, you will win. You will win rings. Again, it's not that rings are everything, but rings are a big indicator of you as the best player, or two players, however you want to put that, beating the rest of the talent in the NBA, right? I mean, I get what you're saying, but you're kind of like breaking it down to such an individualistic example, right? Like such a one-off or a two-off that, again, over the span of someone's career, right, they're going to play with other all-stars at certain points, etc. And you have a responsibility to win, right? I mean, Jordan winning 6 rings can't be an accident.
Well, yeah, and that's why I said earlier that when I look at the greatest of all time, if we're going to have such a thing, that would be the player who provided the largest increase in the odds of their team to win over the course of their career. And yes, sometimes that is going to equal you actually winning. There is a correlation there between you being the best and then you having that ultimate team success of winning a ring. But it's not a causation, it's a correlation. Because there are going to be times where you actually are the best guy and you don't win. And the reasons why we've already gone over, because you don't have, number one, the talent around you is not up to your level, or they're not doing their job and their roles. And number two, the collective talent on the other side is greater than the collective talent or ability on your side. And your individual greatness can't override that collection of opposition that you're facing.
I totally agree with that.
I mean, isn't that why Jordan didn't win in the 80s?
Yeah, largely. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm pretty sure there was a lot of times where Jordan during the 80s was actually the best basketball player in the NBA. But he didn't win. Why? Because he didn't have the talent around him.
Yeah, totally agree.
So I can't look at winning the ring as being the defining factor as to assessing your greatness.
I never said defining factor either. I just said rings matter more in basketball. I think that's more along what I said. Rings do matter. Again, we're talking about it, and what I was saying is that basketball, you only have 5 players, right? Offense and defense, like all these stats and everything like that, the eye test, getting guys open, being a good defender, like it's all kind of wrapped up into saying that we can look at player A, B, C, D, and E, and we can see what they're doing, what they're producing, and essentially, a ring matters more in basketball compared to other sports because you have such an influence on the outcome of the game, right? That's largely what I said. I agree, like rings aren't the end all be all. I never said that, or I don't even think that. So I mean, I agree with you largely, yes, but of all the major team sports, rings in basketball, I would say, matter more than any other sport, team sport.
Well, I would say in all the other team sports, in basketball, your individual talents or abilities can affect the outcome greater because there's less players that are determining the outcome, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's just a math problem.
Yeah.
If there's 5 guys that are contributing to success versus 15 guys that are contributing to success, if you're playing the sport that only has 5 guys, your individual abilities are going to lead to you get a larger share of the credit pie per se.
Well, not
but
just
that doesn't you.
Good.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say not just that, but it's also the way it's played. Like again, you play both offense and defense, right? Like someone like Jordan can guard the first or second best player on defense, and he's also commanding the ball on offense, right? Everyone needs to be able to pass, dribble, play defense, shoot, etc. Right? Like baseball and football. Do you have headphones you can put in? I'm hearing my voice in the background.
Sorry, I'll mute myself.
That's okay. All right. Like in baseball and football, right? Like people's responsibilities are so different, right? That it's hard to say like who contributed the most or things of that nature, right? But in basketball, like it's much easier to see who does these particular number of things in a two-way sport the best and who's leaving the biggest imprint on the game, right? It's not just that there's a smaller amount of players in terms of a basic math problem. It's also the nature of the game and what players are asked to do and how well they do those skill sets that everyone kind of has to, at some point a center could be out on an island guarding a guard after a pick and roll, and sometimes a guard might get mismatched in the post trying to guard a big man. Like the game is so interchangeable with what you're asked to do that it's much easier to like compare players and see who's doing what as compared to like, how do you compare Barry Bonds to Nolan Ryan, right? Like how do you judge that value of two guys who do something so different? Or how do you value, a wide receiver to a linebacker? Like it's so hard to compare like what that value output is between, players who do such different things.
So again, I'm still trying to figure out where the point of disagreement is because, like I mentioned, yeah, in basketball, you have a greater chance of influencing the outcome due to the fact that there's less people. So we're not disagreeing there.
I think maybe we're trying to find out how much we think rings matter per se is probably what we're trying to do here.
Right, and what I'm saying is that since rings, winning and losing in basketball is not going to be determined by one guy. I mean, we already know this, right?
Yeah,
we already know this.
So
well,
I don't know if I totally agree with that. Because sometimes
okay, give me the example.
Sometimes it can be defined by one guy, like Dirk. I hate to use again. I'm a homer. Like Dirk in 2011. Like, who else was going to for the Mavs? Right? Like, nobody hit bigger shots. Nobody produced more. Nobody made the defense focus on them more. Like, you could argue that Dirk, as the best example I could think of off the top of my head, right? Dirk almost single-handedly, compared to other championships in the past, almost single-handedly won the 2011 playoffs. Again, I know it's a team sport. I know he didn't do it all by himself, but if you were going to say one guy doesn't sort of determine the outcome, I don't know about that, right? Like I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
Okay, one guy can't win by himself. Is that true? Is that true or false? If I go out against 5 guys, am I winning?
No. I mean, obviously, yeah. That's an easy one, yeah. But to say one guy
can't
determine the outcome, I think that's what you said. I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, well, in order to not make it caught up in semantics, we all know that it's 5-on-5, right? Even if I play lockdown defense on one guy, let's say I'm shutting down the main scorer of the other team, there's still 4 other people on the court, which means my 4 other teammates have to do their job in defending those guys, right?
Yeah,
so
but
it's a shared it's a shared responsibility. You're never going to get around that, no matter how hard you try.
The context
you're
of
just
that
never
would
going to
be
get around that.
What if you are shutting down the other team's best offensive player, and you're also scoring most of your team's points, right? Like, are you not the main reason why your team would win if they win? Like, are you
Sure,
not,
you
yeah. Good.
Sure, you're the main. You're the best player on the you're the best player on the court because of your ability to do those things. But in totality, it still only amounts to a percentage. Because if the other guys are not doing what they're supposed to do on the offensive side and defensive side, you're still going to lose the game. If the other team collectively is playing better than your guys are.
So what percentage would you, so are you in totality just saying that you would have to do 100% of everything to say that someone was the determining factor to win a game? Like, what if someone did 60%, like had 60% of the boards, 60% of the assists, 60% of the points, guarded the best player, like 60% of everything across the board, hit the game winner even or something?
So what's your question again?
Like, what would it take for someone for you to say that person determined the outcome of the game? Like, what if they did 60% of the entire stats for their team out of one player?
Yeah, maybe determine the outcome of the game is the wrong word choice. The point is that no matter how much you contribute, you still need those other guys. So the 60% output to me would be saying that that's the best player on the court, irregardless of the outcome of the game. And that's the point I'm making, is I don't use the outcome of the game for me to determine who's the best player on the court. I look at who's the best player in the game by what the you could say the net output of the guys, whoever's is producing the most, that's the best player, not whether they win or lose, because the winning and losing is a team responsibility. It's a team result.
Well, again, you could have like AI who's got nobody else and he scores a bunch of points, but you know, again, like, is that I guess I wouldn't look at as AI like necessarily being the best player because he shot under 40% from the field, but he dropped 40 points, while another guy, you know, again had 30 points but got his teammates the ball more, or played defense on another guy, shut him down, you know, got 10 boards or something. I think just because someone, you know, statistically outputs more than someone else, I don't really think that's necessarily accurate either, per se.
We don't disagree.
Okay. So back to my 60% example though, right? I understand you need everyone else, but again, in your example you said, well, what if he did 60% and didn't win? What if he did 60% and did win, right? Is it not it almost to the point where the second layer of that argument would be, if you're producing 60%, right? Let's just take 5 players. One guy's producing 60%, so that leaves like 7.5% for all the other players, the other 4 players combined. You know, is that not just something any average NBA player could do?
I don't think we're disagreeing. If a guy's giving 60%, because again, the conversation is determining the best player, right? So the 60% output tells me that he's the best player of the court. I don't look at the result of the game or the result of winning the championship as determining who's the best player. I'm looking at your output.
Oh no, I wouldn't.
What determines to me who's the best player.
Yeah, maybe earlier we were talking about it too, but I had agreed that like you know, the MVP isn't always on. If we're just going to say theoretically the MVP is the best player, right? The MVP is not always on the championship team, right? Like, I understand that, but again, if a guy wins the MVP and all NBA and all defense, and his stats are through the roof, and he's winning, you know, ring after ring, right? It's almost more like a cherry on top in a way, from like the way we're discussing it, right? If he's doing all these other things and he wins 6 championships it's kind of hard to say that the Bulls didn't win six, or the Bulls won 6 championships because of Jordan, right? It's kind of hard to deny that in a way.
I've never denied that. If you ask me who was the greatest contributor during the championship Bulls run, of course it's Michael Jordan. That doesn't change the fact that nonetheless he is a contributor.
And so I guess
the ultimate goal of winning, you had to have other contributors that led to the ultimate result of winning.
So then, like, a good real life comparison, right, is like the Utah Jazz and the Bulls, right? You have 2 of the best players ever in Stockton and Malone. You know, they had 55, 60 win seasons. You know, Stockton leading the league in assists, you know, time year in and year out. Malone won 2 MVPs, finishes as the second all-time scorer. You know, why couldn't they win just one of those 2 series against the Bulls, right? I mean, I guess it's kind of one of those things where it's got to mean something in terms of winning the ring with the caveat of the best player, right? The best player leading his team to a ring, right? I guess maybe I'm just valuing it in your opinion, and I think you're undervaluing it in my opinion, right? Like, you look at Dirk in 2011, right? Like, his entire legacy changed after he won that title in 2011, right? He goes from like a top 30 or 40, 50 player to like a top 20 player in many people's eyes after the 2011 run.
Well, it's valued because, in my opinion, people are incorrectly attaching winning the ring to a player's legacy. Let me go back to my original point. When I look at who's the best player of all time, what I'm looking at is which player over the course of their career had the greatest impact and provided the greatest chance of giving their team success. Not whether or not they achieved that success, because the success can't be dependent just on them. So, of course, there's going to be a correlation between being the best player and winning. It's a correlation, it's not a causation, right? That's what you have to distinguish. So, of course, yeah, if you're the best player on the court and you have the supporting cast around you that's good enough to beat the opposition, you're going to win and you're going to be very successful. However, there are also times where you can be the best player on the court, and because you don't have that supporting cast, you're also going to have failures.
I mean, I think we agree. We're just like, it's like if there's a line in the sand, it's like we agree on the concept. We're just like on different sides of the line. We're not really disagreeing too much, right? I suppose. Again, I don't think rings are the end all be all, but I think when a guy, like when Jordan goes up against a 60-win team in the finals and he constantly beats them and he's constantly the main reason why he wins, you know, those titles mean something, right? Like, they are definitely, I mean, I guess we just have to argue how much they're weighted or something, correct? And again, when you're talking about basketball, right? Like, I don't know, maybe you agree or disagree with my quarterback analogy, right? Like, why in football does winning Super Bowls matter the most to quarterbacks, and how they are not totally judged on that, but they are largely judged on how many Super Bowls did you even get to? How many did you win, right? And it's because, like, they are so responsible for their team scoring, calling the right audible, reading the defense, making the tough passes, picking up the first down, even if it's calling a run play or making the right play, right? That they are just held to a different standard, and why Super Bowls matter so much to a quarterback's legacy, right? I mean, winning a Super Bowl as a quarterback is almost everything, right? There are some some one-offs, right? Like Trent Dilfer with his Ravens defense and whatnot. But for the most part, a quarterback is largely the GOAT, or he's, blamed in terms of winning the Super Bowl, right? I guess that's my best analogy to like a basketball player in terms of being the best player on your team is, did you do enough to win or didn't you, right? And that's why if I can just put it in that sort of 1-0 binary, right? Did you do enough to win or not? And as one of 5 guys on a court, you get to play offense and defense. You have such impact on the game. Did you win or didn't you as the best player? Were you good enough or not? And I guess that's more or less how I see it. And I know there's context and stuff, but I guess when you are the best player, right, or you have one other all-star on your team, and you start going to, well, if only Steve Kerr would have hit that 3, right? You as a best player can't use that as an excuse, right? You should have done more so that you didn't need Steve Kerr to hit the 3 is sort of my point, right? Like, if you're the best player, you should be doing enough for your team to win or not. That's kind of, that might be a little harsh, like from the where you're coming from, but ultimately I think that's it. Like, as the best player, did you win or didn't you? And that's kind of, unfortunately, that's just kind of how people see it. I'm sure maybe you have something to say to that or not. I don't know.
Well, I'm not concerned how people see it. I'm concerned about the truth. Which NBA player is going to tell you that they didn't need good guys on their team to win? Give me an example.
But again, like, define good, right? Like, some guys might have say, I just need guys who are good enough. What does that mean, right?
It means hitting shots when you're open. Wouldn't you say that's true?
Yeah, but they're like, if you as the best player are saying, I need guys around me to hit shots, it's kind of like, well, no shit. Like, yeah, I mean, everyone does, right? If that's where you have to go to as the best player, to me, that's a sign of weakness. Like, to me, that's kind of saying I can't do enough as the best player to beat this other guy who's the best player.
Doing enough to win does not relieve the other members of the team of their responsibilities. It never works that way in team sports.
Okay. I think we just value it differently in terms of how much it's weighted, right? Like, it's yeah, I mean, I don't know, like, where we go from here.
I mean, it's either you accept the fact that as a member of the team, everyone has a role to contribute. It's not all on one guy, or you don't accept that fact.
I've already
That's all it
accepted
is.
that
Either
fact.
you accept that fact or not.
Like, yes, there's 5 players on a team, right? But they don't all contribute equally. They're all professionals, right? They're all held to the same standard of you're supposed to hit the open shot, right? And to me, the biggest variable is how the star plays. Like, how the star plays is the biggest variable in determining the outcome of a game. That's why rings matter to a star player's legacy, I guess, more in my mind than your mind.
They don't matter at all in my mind. I can make a so-called top 5 case for Jordan without using MVP awards, without using scoring titles, without using finals MVPs, without using championships. None of those are needed in order to evaluate how much lift he gives a team to win.
So you don't think titles matter at all?
For example,
just to clarify,
it doesn't matter at all in my evaluation now.
Okay.
For example, what separates Jordan from 99% of the league, let's just do a basic surface analysis. His unmatched scoring volume, the amount of attempts that he took, combined with the efficiency in which he has scored with those attempts, slightly under 50%, combined with the low turnover rate, even though he was a ball-dominant guard. If you take those 3 things, that's basically a scoring juggernaut that outclasses pretty much everybody in NBA history. And if you have that on your team, you're going to have great chances to win. That's just a pure numbers, using pure numbers. And that ranks Jordan extremely high. And that's just offense. I didn't even talk about defense. And you can rate him over guys just using pure numbers and pure eye test with that combination of attributes.
So,
and if you average out other guys' attributes, it's not going to even come close.
So let's just say like Jordan is the scorer that he is, and he never wins a ring, right? But you got, so in that same time period, let's say, I guess, like Stockton and Akeem win a few more, right, with their styles of play versus Jordan scoring, correct? Just being a straight up scorer. Does that not change your perception on, because look, we all play to win, right? I mean, stats are nice, but at the end of the day, we play to win. I mean, right? Like, it's a team game. The team plays to win, correct? And if Jordan's just an amazing scorer, but he never wins any rings, I don't think you would quite be as confident in that stance as you are now, right? I mean, I guess like you're I guess now you're kind of working forward and I'm working backward a little bit on that point of view of it. Does that make sense? Like if Stockton's scoring 15 points a game and 15 assists a game and they win 6 rings, right? Well, then people would say, well, scoring's great, but how much more involved are you getting other players for your team to win?
Well, when Jordan plays against Stockton, does he have Scottie Pippen who can play lockdown perimeter defense? And if he doesn't have them, is that going to change the outcome of the game? Of course it is. Does he have a defender like Dennis Rodman who can act as an irritant and also act as a great rebounder? Does he have that? Does he not have that? Is that going to change the outcome of the game if we just magically take Dennis Rodman out of the game? Of course it is.
Well, they won 3 without Rodman.
I'm sorry, say that again?
They won. I mean, he was still that great. He was even a better scorer without Rodman, and they won 3 without him.
Okay, let's go to the first three-peat. Does he have a Horace Grant that can play great interior perimeter defense and can rebound?
How do we judge great interior defense, I guess?
I'm sorry, say that again?
How do you judge great interior defense by Horace Grant? Weren't we just saying a second ago that there's not really a good way to judge defense?
No, that's not what I said. I said you can judge defense, but you can't use it with just blocks and steals, and you can't use it with just PER.
So what's your measurement for Horace Grant? Just the eye test?
That plays a role in the evaluation of every player, the eye test, combined with stats. But my point is, if you just take these guys out and you just replace them with Joe Schmo, and you think that Jordan is still going to have the same record in the finals that he had without them, you're just not being
this goes back.
Reasonable or logical.
This goes back to me trying to compare the Bulls to the Jazz, right? The Jazz had 2 all-time greats. The Bulls have 2 all-time greats, correct? So it's like, what's the difference, right? Like, why is one team winning two out of 2 and the other team lost? I mean, the Jazz had good defenders. They had good offensive players. So did the Bulls, right? Like, what's the difference between the Bulls winning 2 and the Jazz losing 2?
Because the Bulls were better, that's why.
Again, I would say the main reason the Bulls were better and why they won those rings was because of Jordan. I mean, that's
Jordan was the best player on the court in those 2 series. No one's disputing that. And his collective talent around him, with him being the best player, was enough to overcome the opposition. As I said before, being the best player is naturally going to lead to winning. There's a correlation there. It's not a causation. because you still, no matter how great you are, you're never going to get around this. I'm sorry, guys. You have to have guys around you that do their job and do their responsibilities. And if they don't, that's going to affect the ultimate outcome in a team game.
We
This
understand
is not
that. I don't.
boxing.
You
This is
saying
not
that.
tennis.
You saying that is not the point that I think you think it is. We understand that. That's not. Our argument is not that Jordan can win 1-on-5. I think our argument is that the reason why rings matter is to the best player, right? And when we're talking about ranking these all-time goats or all-time greats, why rings matter is because you have the biggest influence on the game as the best player on your team. Did you do enough to win or not? And that's fine if you want to go to your teammates and you want to blame them or say they didn't do this or they didn't do that. As a best player, like, you don't get that excuse. You just don't. That's not how it works. You either did enough to win or you didn't.
Doing enough to win has nothing to do with what the other guys are doing. Because again, you're trying to make it like one guy, oh, if I just did enough to win, we're going to win. That's not how it works.
If you make the right pass,
and you know that's
if
not
you
how it
make the
works.
play on defense,
You know that.
Yeah, you can have an effect on how other people play. Absolutely. I mean, that was like, isn't that the whole thing about some guys is they raised the ability of the guys around them and made them play better?
Oh, absolutely. But that doesn't mean that those guys don't get that doesn't mean that those guys can't abdicate their responsibility to contribute to winning too. Everyone has a responsibility to contribute to winning, whether you're the best player or not. And even if you're not the best player and you don't do what you're supposed to do, that's going to affect the ultimate outcome.
Let me also maybe put it like
this. You're
this.
never going to get around that.
I mean, no one's trying to get around the fact you need 4 other guys, right? The point.
So if that's the case, then why are we using the win, the end result, to determine who is actually great or not? Why are we doing that?
Do we play
if
to
we know
we,
it's a, if we
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish it.
No, go ahead. Say it again.
Again, like the whole point is to win, and we're mainly talking about the best player here on a team, right? Everyone has help around them. Everyone has a responsibility. We understand that, but think about it like this, right? Let's say there's 100 plays within a game, correct? Jordan takes 50 of those plays, and then you divvy up the other 50 to the other 4 guys, right? 12 and a half plays for everyone else, right? Do you understand why winning falls on the shoulders of the best player more than the other guys? It is your job as the best player who is being ball dominant, who has a responsibility on defense as well, to get the win, right? And that's what I'm saying. Yes, everyone has to do their job, but Steve Kerr only gets 10 plays. Jordan gets 50. Scottie Pippen only gets 10 plays. Jordan gets 50. Do you understand? They can, if they miss a few plays or whatever, that's fine. But Jordan has to either up his game to make up for it, or if his players maybe play a little better, then he doesn't have to. But at the end of the day, Jordan's got to do his best for the majority of the plays that the Bulls have to get the win. And we understand that everyone plays a part. We understand that, right? We understand that if Steve Kerr, you make the perfect pass to Steve Kerr and he misses it, that's out of Jordan's control. But how many times is Steve Kerr shooting an open shot versus Jordan trying to score on his man? Do you understand? Like, the majority and the bulk of the outcome of the game and who affects it is the best player. It is Jordan. And you're kind of going to a minority of an example, like a small subset of the vast majority of who influences the game, to be like, well, that's why winning a championship doesn't matter. Like, it has more weight for the guy who is the best player than not, right? Than the other guys. Like, you're sort of saying, like, okay, well, if Steve Kerr doesn't hit that open shot, right, that's why winning doesn't matter. That is such a small subset of who influences a game that I think you're kind of hand-waving winning away, and you're hand-waving championships away based on if a couple role players make, 3, 4, 5 more plays a game, right? Jordan's job is to win. If they make 5 less plays, he's got to make up for it. That's just his job, right? If they do 5 better plays, then okay, maybe he doesn't have to do as good. But the 90 other % of the time that Jordan has the ball, he has to deliver, and that's going to decide largely if they win or not. And that's why winning matters, and that's why championships matter.
Things are getting conflated that shouldn't be conflated. Who's responsible? Who is the primary responsibility? Who was primarily at fault in the 80s for the Bulls losing?
I guess the Celtics.
So you're blaming the opposition and you're not blaming Jordan? Isn't he the best player? Doesn't he have the greatest responsibility?
Yeah, he has the greatest responsibility for the Bulls to win or not, and that's fine.
So
I mean, at
you're
the end of the day,
saying that
it would largely be his fault that they didn't win.
They lost in the 80s.
It would largely be Jordan's fault that the Bulls didn't win.
Okay. So you see, guys, you see that 1985 roster that was around Jordan? The reason why the Bulls didn't get success is because of Jordan.
Yes, he
Cares
gets
about the
most
rest
of the
of the
blame.
roster, it was
Yes,
Jordan.
as the best player, he has the biggest influence on the game. He might have been outmatched, like he might have been outgunned by the other team, but it still falls on his shoulder whether he likes it or not.
I would be very interested if Michael Jordan would agree with you.
You don't think Michael Jordan would say that the reason we lost was because of the role players? That's what you think he'd say? You there?
Did I lose connection?
Yeah. You're, the muting thing's happening again. It keeps going on and off. I can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. I think you, with respect, I think you have a skewed perspective about an individual's responsibility in a team sport. If you think that winning and losing is dependent on is the sole responsibility of one guy, and Michael Jordan,
I didn't say the sole responsibility. I said he gets most of the blame. As the best player, yes, you get most of the blame and most of the credit.
I don't blame him because that's not objective analysis.
The best player doesn't get most of the blame when a team loses?
Well, of course, what he gets and what's actually objectively good or bad are two separate things. I'm not going to let the media with their false perceptions and analysis about how something actually works when I compare it and when I understand how it actually works. I don't care what the majority want to go by. You're never going to get past the fact that each person has responsibility to contribute, and if someone
no
is
one's
not
no one's arguing
to
that
say,
though.
well,
Like you keep bringing that up. No
well,
one.
hold on. If you're saying that, well, because somebody missed the shot, then this guy has to make up the difference. Each person gives the best that they can in any given situation, and other guys have to do their job. And winning or losing is determined. It's a collective effort. It's not dependent on one guy. It's just
okay. Let me put it
it's
to you
just
like
not
this.
true. And if you don't accept that, well, I can't help you.
Let me put it to someone made a great comment. If Kerr misses that shot, the game winner, you know which one I'm talking about?
Yeah.
If Kerr misses that shot, who gets most of the blame?
Who gets most of the blame?
Who
I
would get
blame
most of the
Steve Kerr
blame
for
if
not
Kerr misses that
missing the
shot?
shot. Sorry, say that again?
If Kerr misses that game-winning shot, who gets most of the blame?
I would blame Steve Kerr for missing the shot. Well, depending on
So you think it all?
the
So
factors.
okay,
I mean,
team
is he
sport
open?
here. You think it all comes down to one play? Or do guys
of
maybe
course
not
not.
do their
It's,
part during the entire game so that they didn't have to be in that position? That goes back to the point, like, Jordan is the main guy responsible for whether you win or lose. He gets the blame, he gets the credit. So just because Steve Kerr misses that one shot and the Bulls lose, do you know what everyone's saying? We should have made a couple plays before that. We shouldn't have even been in that position. And who does that fall on more than anyone else? It would fall on Jordan for Jordan to say, I should have made this shot. I should have made that pass. I should have made this rebound. I should have got that steal.
If you believe that, then you're living in a fantasy realm because that's not how reality
Have you never
works.
played team sports?
No one makes. Of course, there's over the course of the game, there's mistakes that are made. Of course, everyone can go back and say, "Yeah, at this point, I should have done this," but does not alleviate what you were supposed to do when the time mattered. And if you didn't do it, you take a part of the responsibility.
No,
It's a
I'm
collective
saying,
effort.
who gets most of the blame if Kerr misses that shot?
I don't care who gets most of the blame. It doesn't matter
Well,
to me.
that's kind of the whole.
That has nothing
that's
to
what
do
we're
with
discussing
me
here.
evaluating who actually performed the best. When I look at the statistics, when I do a film study, when I analyze the game, I'm looking for what ELO rating, you might say, does each guy get based upon what they did.
Have you played team sports? Just curious.
Yes.
What's more important, winning or stats?
Well, of course, winning.
Okay.
And how do you win? How do you win?
By scoring more points than the other team.
And, or I should say, who's responsible for winning in a team sport?
The team is on a generic level, but the best player, the entire team knows who the best player is, right?
That's not what I asked you. Who's responsible for contributing to winning in a team sport?
The best player would be the most responsible.
That's so who's responsible
So
for
the
contributing
guy is the
to
guy
win
who
in a team
the
sport?
guy who averages one shot per game, 5 minutes per game, and one rebound per game. Is he just as responsible as everyone else?
Again, you're changing. I didn't ask just as responsible. I said my question is very simple. In a team sport, who is responsible for contributing to winning?
The players.
Everyone, exactly.
And who do they all contribute the same?
That's not the question.
But it is. It is part of the question and the answer.
No,
Of
it's
what
not.
we're
The
trying to
question
get to in
is
terms of why
if
winning
you-
matters as
the-
the best player.
The outcome of winning is based upon the greatest collection of people contributing and doing their
let me put it this way
responsibility.
too. Okay.
If I'm on a team with Michael Jordan and I just sit down in the corner and I don't do anything, is that going to affect the outcome of the game? Of course it is. Right? So I'm not going to then go and say, "Oh no, Michael Jordan, you should have done X, Y, and Z." No, I should have done my job while I was on the court and I didn't do it. So I take a part of the blame. Again, it's not all equal. I'm not saying everyone has completely equal parts, but all of those individual parts, no matter how big or small they are, end up to the whole of the end result.
Could you
And
say
you're not
that
gonna get away with
Stockton?
this.
Could you say that Stockton and Malone should have produced more to win?
If they didn't do what they were supposed to do, then absolutely yes.
And they're supposed to win, right?
Of course, the goal is to win, and you do as much as you can to win. The issue is not whether you won or not. The issue is whether or not you did everything you could to contribute to winning. That's the question.
Well, in the NBA, like
you can't start at the end result and work backwards. You have to start at the beginning and work forwards. And that's what people are doing with the ring argument. They're starting with the end result and working backwards.
No, I
instead
think
of
just
starting
because
at the
people
beginning and working
state the
forwards.
6 rings doesn't mean they're working backwards. They're stating the 6 rings as an exclamation to how much Jordan produced and won. At the end of the day, he produced enough to beat other teams more than anyone else on his team, more than anyone else on any other team, correct? That's what the proclamation of the 6 rings is. It's not just to say he won 6 rings like a snap of a finger and like it was just lightning in a bottle or something like that, or he got lucky. It's to give an exclamation point on how good he was and how much he won. Like, it's not. I think you're kind of taking it a little out of context there when people say that.
No, the ring argument is not just for Michael Jordan. The ring argument is for anyone who uses the ring argument for elevating a guy. Take Jordan out of the equation. This is not specific to Michael Jordan. I would have the same problem if someone who liked LeBron James tried to use this argument for LeBron James, or someone who liked Kareem to use it at Kareem. I'm not targeting Michael Jordan here.
But like we said, typically
it's
the people who produce the most win. That's kind of the whole point of pointing out the rings. Whoever produces the most wins, and the best player is responsible for producing the most and being the biggest contributor to winning rings. And either you produced enough or you didn't.
The team that collectively produces the most is the team that wins.
Right,
the
but they
best
don't all
player
do it
is
equally.
the best. Hold on, the best player is the individual who has the greatest contribution, irregardless of whether he's actually on the winning team, because the win is determined by the collective team output, not the collective or not a single individual's output.
Do we agree that the best player on a team is the biggest variable as to why a team wins or loses, considering they produce the most? And that is to say that
well, that's what I said. The best player gives the way I determine who the best player is who gives the team the greatest odds, keyword odds, or chances, keyword chances, to win the game, not whether they actually won or not. I have to evaluate everyone and their chances and their odds of what they provide or what they bring to the table based upon their skills, their abilities, their leadership, all that stuff. Whoever has the highest in all those categories, to me, that's the best player. I don't look at it as, go ahead.
Would it be safe to say that Jordan won 6 rings because for 6 years he produced more than anyone else?
No, I would say he was the best player, so he had the greatest collective output in the NBA.
Output and produce is
during that time.
interchangeable there.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Output and produced are interchangeable words.
Right. So he had the greatest, if I look at the 90s and say, who has the greatest individual output, right? It's probably going to be Michael Jordan. I don't think that that's too controversial. I think we can all agree there, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now which team has the greatest collective output? Well, at that time, the Bulls did. At that time, the Bulls did. But the collective output is also the contributions of a Scottie Pippen. It's also the contributions of a Steve Kerr. It's also the contributions of a John Paxson. It's also the contributions of a Dennis Rodman. It's also the contributions of a Horace Grant. So when you had all that output, the Bulls, they were just higher than everyone else, and that's what led to success.
See, this is,
but it's not just because Jordan had the highest output. It's a team collection. You have to look at it in the team concept. Which team has a collective output?
You bring up Steve Kerr and you throw his name into team collective output, right? Let's just let's just be honest. Like Steve Kerr maybe had 5% of his team's output. I don't know exactly what the number is, right? But this is what I was trying to say earlier.
I'll go with that.
Role players have a small percentage overall in terms of what they are responsible for their team's collective output. You could be a defensive specialist, you could be a sharpshooter, you could be a slasher, you could be a rebounder, right? Even if they only do 1 or 2 things great, they only have a small percentage in their team's collective output. Meaning Steve Kerr is replaceable, right? Paxson is replaceable, more or less, right? There are a lot of guys out there who can give you a 5% output. That is not going to largely be the reason why you win or lose. It's going to be based on if Jordan can outproduce everyone else and play better than everyone else. That is the responsibility and the burden of being the best player. That is why winning matters, right? If you are like everyone's role players to a large extent are the same. I know that's not always 100% true, but they are largely the same, right? It's all about how you play the game, your strategy, what you're trying to make the other team do, right? your percentage of winning or losing is largely based on what your best player or maybe two best players do. Largely your best player, right? Especially in the 90s after the salary cap had taken hold. It's largely on what your best player does. That is why winning matters to a player, right? And I'll say it again, and maybe I guess you disagree, but either as the best player, right? Either you did enough for your team to win or not. Your role players are not going to be an X factor 9 times out of 10 in terms of why you won or lost. That is why winning matters to the best players, and why winning rings definitely has some weight to it. It just has to, in terms of you being the main reason you beat all these other teams in a playoff run. By the way, usually winning teams or the better teams, the top half of talent in your conference, right? You're the biggest reason why you won or lost, right? And maybe it's not fair to judge guys who never won a ring or to overhype guys who won a lot of rings, but definitely winning rings matters. Like, I don't see how you get around that fact that, you can't just go out in the first round every year and just be like, well, I put up 30 points and, I outproduced the best player or the other big producer on the other side of the ball, and just take solace in the fact that, well, I scored more points than everybody. Like, that's, we're done here or what have you, right? Winning matters. Like, winning matters. And as the best player and being the biggest reason for your team's statistical output, that is going to fall on you as the biggest variable in terms of when you win or lose. Like, you keep bringing up role players and all this other stuff, and, like, we get it. Someone has to fill the 4th and 5th spot on the starting 5, right? But they, 9 times out of 10, are not going to be the reason why you win or lose. They're just not. Again, if Steve Kerr misses that one shot, I have never played on a team ever where people look at that one guy and they go, we would have won except for him. No, they say, we didn't play good enough, right? And largely, if you're the best player, you know that ultimately means I did not do enough for my team to win. I did not make the play here or there, or score another 5 points, or make another play or two, right? It ultimately falls on the best player at the end of the day, like, in that context.
No, because again, this is pretty easy. If Steve Kerr makes the shot, they win. If he misses a shot, they lose.
But it doesn't come down to that one play.
Again, the end result. I'm sorry, you're just not going to get around that. If he makes the shot, they win the game. If he misses a shot, they lose the game.
So essentially, it's. I forget what you said. You said you have played team sports before.
Yeah.
And you've been on a team where if a guy missed the game-winning shot, you as a team said it's all on you.
I don't know if I said it's all on you. Again, I don't put all on anybody. That's just silly.
Well, you just made it a 1-0 binary. You said if he hits it, they win. If he misses it, they lose. As if to say, it's all on that one play. That's kind of like what you insinuated.
Well, in that scenario, it is all on that play, isn't it?
No, because games never come down to a singular play as to why a team wins or loses.
Hold on, NMB, hold on a second. You're down by 1. You're on a basketball team, right? You're open. You're in the corner for the 3, right? You're wide open. Someone passes you the ball, right? Is winning or losing that game in your hands or not? In that situation,
it's still a singular play in a game, right? The other side of that coin is why are we down by 1 and why are we not up by 1?
Of course, we can go through all that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in that singular instance, can you determine the outcome of the game or not?
Sure, just as you could have determined the outcome of the game earlier too, if you made a couple more plays.
Of course, that's in any team sport.
Okay,
but I'm
so
saying,
it doesn't
okay,
come
so
down
if you
to
can,
one play.
But hold on a second. If you can determine the outcome of the game in that one spot, how much percentage of the collective responsibility are you putting on yourself?
In that one shot?
Just in the whole game. If that moment you could have determined, you could have been the difference between winning or losing. You're winning or losing that shot. How much responsibility are you giving yourself? What percentage?
Well, your one shot attempt of how
It's not
many
zero,
attempts?
is it?
I was about to
It's
answer
not
you.
zero,
It's
is it?
one shot attempt out of how many attempts? How many shot attempts does
No,
a
I'm
team
saying
usually get up? Like 100 or something?
no, I'm saying in that specific scenario, right? Okay, so it's a team game. You're down by 1 point.
I like how it's a team
Okay,
game, but all of a sudden now it comes down to one guy. Right?
okay. So
Is that not a little
well, of
contradictory?
course, in that scenario, does it not come down to one guy or not? I mean, what are we doing here?
You say it's a team sport, and now all of a sudden you want to put it on one guy, which is kind of my whole debate for why winning matters to the main player. Like you're kind of agreeing with me in a way here.
No, I'm not agreeing with you because in that situation, you're not the Michael Jordan.
Right, but Michael Jordan is Michael Jordan, or Charles Barkley is Charles Barkley in their situation.
Of course they are. But again, no matter how good they do, I'm not putting all. I'm not. There's. It's just logically ridiculous to put 100% responsibility on one person in a team sport.
That wasn't.
It's just not logical.
Remember, I said you have the biggest responsibility. You are the biggest variable. You have the most output. Not all the output.
We don't
most
disagree.
The output as the best player.
We don't disagree, but the outcome of winning the game is not determined solely by your output. Yes. You can't have it both ways.
Solely
You
on
can't have
one
it both
guy's
ways.
output.
Solely on the best player's output, right?
See, this is where to say that, right? To say that is to insinuate that what the role players are producing can't be done by just another role player. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't agree with that sort of context of it, because you're acting as if like Steve Kerr is irreplaceable, right? Who's irreplaceable is Jordan. Like, what he does matters 20-fold to what Kerr does.
I didn't say Steve Kerr was irreplaceable. That's not what I said.
No, I'm saying
I said you need.
Whenever you say
Go ahead.
that everyone's output contributes to a win or loss, is kind of what you had said. If you want to reword it, you can. What you said just a second ago.
That is true. Everyone's output does contribute to ultimately whether the game is won or lost. That's
right.
true.
But a guy like Steve Kerr or Paxson or Armstrong, right? Anyone on that, those guys on that team, right? Their output is easily replaced. It's easily replaceable by many other guys in the league. What Jordan or Barkley or Wilt or Kareem or the best players in the league, what they do is not easily replaceable. You cannot get another Jordan. You cannot get another Barkley. And that is why winning matters so much to the best player, why it is a big deal, right? Because they are the guys who have to be responsible at the end of the day for either producing enough or not. What Steve Kerr's 5 points a game or 10 points a game is not really contributing to the deciding factor as if the Bulls win or lose.
I think we just have to agree to disagree because we're kind of just going in circles. Like I said, either you believe that the winning can be solely or determined by one player's greatness. You either believe that or you don't. So I guess we'll just have to agree to disagree.
I think that,
but there's no, it's just not logical in a team context. If you're telling me in tennis, yeah.
I never said it came down
Me
to
and you
one
are playing
guy.
tennis, sure.
Do you agree with
But
that? I never
in
said
a
it
team
comes down
concept,
to one guy.
Yeah, but you are saying it comes down to one guy because you're saying Jordan, if somebody doesn't do his job, then ultimately it's Jordan's responsibility to pick up the role. So you are putting it on one guy.
Well, you put it all on the guy who has the open three to win it.
Well, in that situation, I'm just illustrating how.
But okay, you take that one situation
over the course of the
corner
game,
three to win it, and you extrapolate it over an entire 48 minutes. Do you understand? It falls on Jordan's shoulders. He is the guy shooting the shot 60 or 70% of the time or whatever it is. You understand? He is the reason, largely the reason, not the only one. He is largely the reason why his team wins or loses.
Yeah, but that again, we're conflating two different things. We're conflating an individual's percentage of contribution compared to the end net result of whether you actually won or lost.
They
And that's
are
why we're
closely
getting
tied.
caught up in
Yes,
this circle.
I would argue they're closely tied together. If Jordan has a bad night, the Bulls lose 9 out of 10 times. If Jordan has a good night, they win 9 out of 10 times.
That's what I said at the beginning of my statement. When I evaluate the greatest player, it's about who brings the greatest contribution or odds or chances of you to win. That's what I determine it by. It's not whether you actually won. Yes, being the best player, there is going to be some correlation there and you achieving the ultimate goal, but it's not going to be solely determined by that.
Okay,
That's
so
what I said
when
from the
people
beginning.
say Jordan won 6 rings, that's what they're saying. Like, Jordan outproduced other teams as a player, and he led his guys to a ring 6 times. He is the reason 9 times out of 10 why they won those 6 rings. It's not saying that the rings are the end all be all. I don't think that's what people are saying, even if they can't extrapolate what they're trying to say. What they're saying is Jordan led his team to a championship 6 times by statistically outputting everyone else around him and being the main reason, not the sole reason, but largely the main reason why they won and were so great.
Okay, that's a if they're saying that, then they're agreeing with me. Like I said it again 1,000 times, I'll say it again. To me, greatness is evaluated by which guy produces the greatest output and therefore gives his odds the greatest chances to win. That determines whether it's great. But I don't start with the rings and work backward. I start with my premise and work forward. So that's the issue I have when people start with the end result and they work backward from that. Because again, you can be a part of a winning team. I'm sure there are in history. Well, we can have a deeper discussion about that, where the best player who was actually producing the greatest output was actually on the other side, was on the losing side. Do you agree with that or do you disagree with that?
Sure, that can happen. Yeah.
Okay, so why are we arguing for an hour?
Because you said rings don't matter.
Because that was my point.
You said rings don't matter at all. That's quite a...
They...
Are rings...
well...
by your own standards, are rings not an indicator of how much your statistical output you have that is better than other teams?
Of course, that's what I just said.
And
I
that
said
one guy
that
or two guys are usually responsible for the majority of that output on a team?
I just said there's a correlation between giving the greatest output or giving the greatest chances of your team to win and then actually achieving the said result of winning. That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay. Well, do you think...
But the difference is, where do you start?
Would...
Do you start with the rings and work backward from your conclusion? Or do you start from, who's actually having the greatest output and then determining what that is, and then whether that leads to a ring or not is not the key point.
Do you think players would trade... Do you think players would rather have, as the best player, do you think they would rather have a ring or have the most statistical output? Like, what do you think matters more to a player?
Well, again, when I say output, it's not limited to statistics. I see that in the comments. It's not about stats. It's not about stats. I never made it all about stats. From the beginning, I said there's contributions and skills that you produce that are part of your output that don't show up on a stat sheet. I said that from the very beginning. So no, it's not all about stats for me. You can have great stats. That doesn't mean that you have that your output is high. For example, what if I'm the leading scorer, but I'm inefficient? My inefficiency affects my output, irregardless of the amount of points I score. This is why someone like Wilt Chamberlain, his scoring is overrated, because when you actually look at, because it took away from his team offense. His team offenses actually improved the less that he scored. So yeah, having great stats doesn't mean that you're producing well. I said that from the beginning.
Okay.
So yeah, I would sacrifice my individual stats if I can contribute in other ways that aren't going to show up in a stat sheet that ends up to winning. Yeah, absolutely. And that increases my value as a player. Sure. I mean, that's what separates Wilt from Jordan, because Jordan, his scoring and his efficiency did not at least in the Bulls' best years in the 90s, it did in the 80s, it did not severely hamper or weigh down his team's collective offensive output. And that's what separates his high volume scoring versus Wilt's high volume scoring. Because when you go back and you look at Wilt's high value scoring, his teams, when he scored a lot of points, it actually decreased his team's offensive efficiency. And his team's offensive efficiency increased the less that he scored over time.
Did his team?
So yeah, it's not all about stats for me. I never said that. Stats are a part, but it's not the end all be all.
Yeah, I mean, just as I said, rings are not everything. Also, I mean, really, we're just arguing over how much we think rings matter, I suppose. And you seem to think that they essentially don't matter at all, which is, I guess, in my opinion, that's kind of a crazy take.
Well, as I said before, the greatest. Okay, let's just keep it simple, because I've been saying this in the chat and you said this as well, right? We play to win the game, right? We play to win the game. So my job as a player, when I'm in a team sport, is to contribute my best to winning the game, right?
Right.
Your evaluation about my quality of contribution determines my worth as a player, right? Not whether actually I won the game or not. That's why I say the ring argument bothers me, is because people are starting at the end result and working their way backwards, rather than explaining to me they're not explaining to me what the guy's output was and how that contributed to winning. I probably didn't say that. That's as clear as I wanted to, but that's my issue. Because when I evaluate players, I don't look at the championship rings at all. That's not my starting point. My starting point is trying to assess, how do I judge the quality of this guy's output? And for that, I look at stats. That's one thing. It's not the end all be all. Then I look at other things that can't show up in a stat sheet. I got to do the eye test.
So when people bring up Jordan winning 6 rings, like what is the main issue with that?
My issue is, sorry about that.
That's
Oops, sorry. My issue is when they use that as one of the factors in their ranking system. That's my issue with it.
So you don't think rings, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, you don't think rings should be factored in at all?
No, because as I said before, if I'm judging who's the best player on the court, my judgment is based upon their output. That what determines it. Like I said, let's simplify it. If I look at all the variables that we talked about as far as what makes a great basketball player, right? And I say that, yeah, Jordan, looking at all his stats, looking at all his skill set, looking at the tape, Jordan gives me a 10, let's say a plus 10 output. Whereas John Stockton, when I look at all his stats and all the tape, he's only giving me a plus 7 output. In that instance, Michael Jordan is a better player than John Stockton, because I can reduce it to a clear form of measurement, because obviously 10 is more than 7. So that is what I use to determine who's better. I don't look at what accolades they have. I don't really care about your accolades. Your accolades are no doubt going to be the byproduct of your skill set, but that's not where I start. The accolades are the byproduct of your skills. That makes sense?
Yeah, I got you. I guess
Yeah.
I guess that's the last part. What you said is what I suppose I'm trying to say as well, is that like the winning, I guess from my point of view, I guess I don't know how other Jordan fans feel, not that I'm a Jordan fan, but bringing up the 6 rings, perhaps you could say is like an intellectually lazy way of saying how good Jordan's output was, if that makes sense. Instead of saying, here's his, these stats, his scoring titles, his defense, his efficiency, his hitting clutch shots and all that. I think it's easier to just say like, well, we know how good he was, right? But he was able to parlay that into 2 3-peats, right? I guess I totally get what you're saying, although I think there is a bit of an intangible to winning or big game moments or things of that nature, right? So this is what I mean. Like, we're saying a lot of the same things. Although I don't quite agree with like the whole, like, your role players have to do their jobs, and that I think that's a little bit of a bigger factor, or you think it is, than what I'm trying to say compared to what the best player output is. Role players are, I don't want to say a dime a dozen as if to downplay what they do, but at the end of the day, you win or lose largely based on what your best player does. Yes, there's outliers or certain examples, but largely what your best player does and how he performs is going to largely be the reason of why you win or lose. Role players are not largely a deciding factor as much as I think that you think they are, right? And then I also wanted to ask you this, right? Just your thoughts. So like, obviously I'm a Mavs fan, right? 2011 Mavs, Dwayne Wade has what largely people would consider to be better stats than Dirk Nowitzki, and he's on the, I think we can largely agree that the Heat were on a better team, right? What do you say to Dirk winning that ring? Just curious. I don't know. Maybe I didn't word that right.
What do I say to Dirk winning that ring? I would say that the Mavericks were the better team. I don't know. I don't quite understand your question. I'm just bringing up the finals here right now with the statistics. And again, stats are only part of the equation. There's a lot more in the analysis that you have to do.
Wade
That's why
averaged more blocks, steals, barely more points, right? And like 2.5 less rebounds, and a better Wayne Wade had a better field goal percentage.
Okay, so again, this is why I don't like calculator basketball, because it can give you misleading, or there's a lot of information that isn't on the box score that is part of the game. So, for example, who played better defense in this series?
I think we would agree Wade probably played better defense than Dirk. Or you just mean as a team?
And well, ultimately it's team game, but I guess if you're highlighting, because you're basically wanting to say that, or it seems like you're saying that, well, I don't want to put words in your mouth, because you brought up Dwayne Wade and then you said Dirk winning a ring. So I don't know what exactly you're trying to get my opinion on.
Well, just that, like, because you say you don't think championships like don't matter, right? So I guess, I'm just trying to understand, like, to try to use this, because it's like it was a huge upset and everything. like what is? It's just simply that the Mavericks were better than the Heat, or were they just better than them for a series, or something like that, right? Because I mean, the Heat went back to 3 finals after this, won 2 of them.
Well, so again, yeah. So championships, the winning of the title would not factor into my trying to figure out who is actually the best player on the court. The factoring of the best player on the court, I would have to examine that series, look at the output of all the players, and say, now who actually had the greater output? Who actually gave the greatest chances? And that's why I keep saying that word. It's greatest chances to win, not who actually caused the win. Because again, as a member of the team, all you can give is chances, right? It's still, you still have to have other guys do their roles. So again, it's all about who gave the greatest chances of the team to win. That's what would make me determine who was the best player in the series, not just going to the winning team and then picking the best player on that team.
So, I mean, just from me looking at the output, right? It would appear, right, that Dwayne Wade had the highest statistical output.
He had the statistical output in the box score categories that are listed. Yeah, that's a fact. But again, output is not just determined by statistics.
So what did you watch 2011 or what? I mean,
I would have to watch it again. I don't remember it in detail.
Okay. I guess I would just be curious because, like, going by what you sort of had said and just taking this on face value, you would say that Dwayne Wade was the best player in the series from what I can see, right? Like, from what he did on the court, right? It seems as if he was the best player on the floor. But I don't think really a lot of people would agree with that.
Well, whether they agree with that, I mean, everyone has the right to opinion, but it's about what you can prove and how you can make the best case. Like I said, I would have to sit down, watch that series, and see who is actually who's giving the greatest output. And again, that's why I don't like people going to Basketball Reference or just going to a box sheet and they look at the box score and they say, okay, this guy was higher than this, he was higher than that, he was high, and then trying to make a conclusion based upon these 5 major statistical categories. You can't have a serious basketball analysis that way.
Well, I'm looking at everything, and I would say that yes, largely stats and output are very closely related. I mean, that's largely how you tell what someone's output is.
Well, yeah, but what about the things about output that aren't in a stat sheet?
Yeah, you'd mentioned something.
Is having good court vision a thing that increases or decreases a player's output?
If you have great court vision but you don't get any assists, what do you say to that?
But hold on, but you asked a question before I got an answer to my question. Would you say that court vision is a skill that either increases or decreases a player's output or a player's rating, you might say?
I mean, yeah, obviously any sort of skills that you have are better for you as a player.
Of course. So now how do I find that on the Wikipedia page of the 2000 NBA Finals, looking at everyone's stats, how good someone's court vision was?
Well, that was kind of my next.
That's
kind of my next point is that someone could have like, let's just say you watch the 2011 Finals and you think Mario Chalmers has the best court vision, right? But he has no assist. Like how does that translate into output for your team or contributing or turning that into some kind of tangible asset?
Right. So again, assists, that's a perfect example of why you need contribution from other guys, because the only reason you can get an assist or not get an assist is if the guy makes the shot, right?
Yeah.
So if 10 out of 10 I make the right basketball play, you're right under the basket, and I hit you, and you miss it 10 out of 10 times, that's going to affect my assist numbers, right? But as far as output, you're looking at what I did and you're saying, man, he's just finding the right guy on every single play, and these guys are just not knocking it down.
No,
But my lack
I
of
guess
getting an
I should have
assist
been
there
more clear with
can't
my
affect my
example.
output rating.
I should have been more clear with my example. Like, let's say Mario Chalmers is making the right pass, not necessarily a pass that leads to someone having a scoring opportunity, right? But like, let's just say he's making decent passes, right? Again, like if it doesn't really materialize into anything, and it's not because of guys missing shots, but you just think he's making the right pass, you know, like how much does that matter? Does that kind of make sense what I'm trying to get at?
You're saying if I make the right basketball play, but the other guy doesn't deliver,
Not deliver,
how
but
does that
just
affect?
he could be making good passes or the right pass, and it's not leading to a guy open underneath the basket or anything like that, but he's just making good passes, right? So maybe it's not to a guy underneath the basket, it's not on a kick out, but he's just making the right pass 9 times out of 10. But it's not necessarily leading to scoring opportunities or something of that nature, right? Like you again, it's like saying this guy has when I watch a guy shoot, right, in warm-ups, I can say, man, that guy's got the best shot in the best form of anyone in the gym. But if once he gets into the game, he can't create his own shot. He's got no lateral movement, no vertical. He can't, take one dribble and pull up. What good is that shooting form in that good shot?
Okay, so again, your output rating is based upon what you do. It's not based upon what you don't do. So yeah, if you can make shots in the gym, but you can't make them on the court, then you have a bad output rating in the area of scoring creation.
But what
in the
you
case
do
of
shows
adding
up
points to your
in
team.
the stat sheet is kind of what I'm trying to get at. I know it's not a perfect one-for-one for what you're saying, right? You're kind of talking about intangibles, right? But at the end of the day, like, you have to produce something, right? You can't just be this guy who kind of does everything right, but it never materializes into anything.
Well, again, does everything right and it never materializes. You're talking about in the instance of this specific issue of passing.
Or shooting, like I brought up shooting too.
Well, if you're doing everything right when you're shooting, you're making the shot, right?
Not if you can't like create your own shot. That's what I mean. Someone who isn't the best shooter, right? Not as good as you, but they can create their own shot or get to the hole better than you or something. That guy, it's great that you have a better shot, but this guy can actually get the ball in the hole. And even though he might not be as good a shooter, right, I have to take him because he's actually scoring. He's actually getting the ball in the hole.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I still don't get I don't get what you're trying to get out of me. I apologize.
I'm saying how stats and output are largely related. They're like almost a one-for-one. Not totally. I understand there's some things like on-ball defense, right, that you make a guy go 1 of 10, right? That doesn't show up in the defensive stat box somewhere, right? But what I'm saying is largely, right, these things that you're mentioning, these intangibles, they do show up in a stat box one way or another for the most part, right? Defense is a little different. I understand that. But even then, block shots or steals or holding a guy to a bad field goal percentage, you can somewhat see that in the box score of the other team or the shooting percentage of a certain player. But again, like, there are largely what you do and what you can do does manifest in the box score, I would say, for 75 or 80% plus of things we keep track of these days.
Well, of course, everything affects everything, but that's not my point. My point is by looking at a box score, you can't tell those intricate intangibles unless you add it with film study, the so-called eye test.
Right,
That's how
but
you get a complete analysis of skills. You have to do the book study, which is the stats, combined with the eye test, the film study, and then you can see how the stats and the intangibles are interrelated. But if you just take, I'm just going to rely on the book study, I'm just going to go to basketball reference and try to draw some conclusion, your conclusion is going to be very incomplete because you're missing the other side that you need to look at.
what I'm trying to get at, right, is uh so largely when you look at this box score for the 2011 finals, right? Dwayne Wade's stats are essentially across the board, right? Better than Dirk's. Now, I understand you could try and make this argument of like, well, I would need to watch game film and let me see and stuff like that. But just looking at this and what they produced, right? Dwayne Wade was largely, from kind of what you were saying, he was the best player on the floor, right, in that series, correct? And I guess my point
I
is,
have
though,
no
huh?
I have no idea whether that's true or not. I'd have to watch the series.
Well, I mean, I told you, like, he's averaging, again, more in just about everything minus free throw percentage.
And like I said, I don't use stats as the sole factor in my evaluation.
I know, but this was the
They can't
point I was
possibly
just
be.
getting at is, I understand that, right? But largely what you do or these things you're going to watch, they do show up on the stat sheet somehow. I mean, you earlier you said scoring is like almost a 1-for-1 in terms of things you can gauge, right?
Okay, here's an example. Dwayne Wade, he averaged 1.5 steals for this series, right?
Yes.
Okay. How many attempts? What were his total steal attempts? And how many of those steal attempts were unsuccessful? As a result of him being unsuccessful in those steal attempts, how much did that compromise his team's defense? By where he would try to steal the ball and the guy would blow past him, which means another team member would have to cover his failure. And as a result of that team member being pulled off of his defensive assignment, it compromised the team's defense to where it left an open player up for the Mavs. You see, that's not something I can find out by just looking at 1.5 steals per game.
See, this
And
kind
that
of goes
is
back to like the role
incomplete
player
story
argument
that
where it's
stats
like
tell.
that is such a small and nuanced like stat that you're bringing up, like in terms of like, well, it takes 5 guys to win a game, right? Like, we get that, right? This whole thing of like, oh, how many times does he swipe and miss? That's what I need to know. Like, do you really think that's such a big factor that it would change the overall stat sheet I'm seeing in front of me? That like it would make up
It
for the more
doesn't
points he scores, the
it
more
doesn't
blocks he
change the
has,
stat
better
sheet in
field goal
front of you.
percentage.
It changes my rating that I give you about how great you are a defender. Because how great you are a defender is not, or how many steals you get does not tell me whether you defended in an efficient and an effective way. You
So-
can't get that from looking at steals attempts.
So you're saying that, in other words, if someone is like, let's just say a player is leading every single statistical category, you're saying that these little nuanced things could somehow add up to that overturning what you're seeing in the stat sheet? I don't really buy that. Like, I don't think that is as big of a factor as you're kind of making it out to be.
Okay, so again, this is one of those things where either you agree or you disagree. Either you understand that efficient defense can't be determined just by looking at steals and blocks. You understand that there's more involved in that, or you think that efficient defense can be determined by steals and blocks. And again,
No,
make your
see,
decision.
You're like doing
But
what
I
Tug
know
does
that
now.
you're
Like, you're given a
you're
1-0
objectively
binary
wrong
for
in
the
that.
thing I'm trying to explain, and you're turning it into a yes or no. All right. What I'm saying is these things on the stat sheet largely do reflect what you do on the court. I would say, again, 75 to 80% or more of what I'm seeing in the stat sheet can largely tell me the story of who did what, right? And you're saying that like there are these other little nuanced things that if I don't know, I can't sort of just make a judgment call, right? I never said that steals and blocks tell the whole story, right? I never said that. I never even came close to saying that, right? But to go the other way, it's like you're saying, well, I would have to. So let me put it this way: how many times have you actually watched film and broken down steal attempts?
It depends on how seriously I'm studying a guy at the time. Like I was Michael Jordan. You know, one of the things that's often pointed out about or elevated as far as his defensive ability is his high steal rate, which it certainly does. Now, in order to get a greater understanding, I had to watch film of him and see how he plays defense. Like how many times does he go for a steal, he misses, and as a result, he has to recover on defense, or how many times he has to, or he goes for a steal, he misses it, and then one of the other Bulls has to come over and miss his assignment. I mean, if you want to have a complete picture, this is just the work you're going to have to do. This goes back to our conversation, or that I had with Dart yesterday, that it's about accuracy. Now, again, you can take the stats out in front of you and make a judgment, of course, but understand that if you're not willing to put in that other in-depth work, your conclusion may not be as accurate as you think it is.
What were his steal attempts to steals then?
I beg your pardon?
What were his steal attempts to steals?
Oh, I don't know. We don't have stats on that.
You just said
I would have to watch every single. Of course, but I haven't watched every single Michael Jordan game and tabulated it. Of course,
it's a little frustrating, dude. You're pulling things like out of a hat to be like, well, I don't know, I can't tell, and we have to do every little tiny intricate thing, as if like, what, Jordan's steal attempts are gonna be 5 per game and Chris Paul's are gonna be 1. Like it's gonna be such a dramatic difference that leads to 10 points for the other team or something like that. Like I think you're pulling these things out and it's sort of obfuscating from like the points in the conversation we're trying to have. It's like keep bringing up the role players and the fact that it takes 5 players to win a game, right? That's not the point. The point is that the main player is responsible for the outcome of the game, and that is why winning matters to him, right? Either you did enough as the main player.
No, that's not the point. And see, that is not the point. That is not the point.
I just think like to be like I have to see steal attempts or something. I think that's a little silly. That's just my 2 cents.
No. Okay, so again, how accurate do you want to be with the conclusions
because you don't
even
draw? Know. Like you're saying this as if it matters, but you don't even.
Of course, I don't know.
Well, then you can't bring it up either if you haven't done the work.
Hold on, wait a
don't
second.
tell me I need to do the work.
Wait a second. You asked me a question. Have you ever watched film of Michael Jordan play? I said, yes, I did. I did not say I watched every single game that he played.
Well,
you
did you
asked
get
me
a
a
rough
specific
estimate?
question. I gave you a specific answer.
Did you get a rough estimate or anything from the steal attempts you were trying to look up?
Well, what game do you want me to tell you about?
How many games did you do it for?
If you want me to tell you about a
and what was
specific
the
game,
average?
I probably looked at, I don't know, maybe like 10 or
10
so.
games. And how many
Maybe
times
some in
per
the
game
series.
did it happen in this tiny percentage?
Oh, I didn't write it down.
Oh my God. I don't know, man. It sounds flimsy to me.
Okay, so again, this is something, let's just be logical here. Would that affect your evaluation of a guy on defense?
1%.
Really, 1%?
Well, how
so
do
if
we
a
know?
Guy
You
averaged,
don't know either. That's
so,
the
wait,
thing.
wait a second. Wait, hold on. If
you
you
don't
watch
know if it
film
affects
and
it
you
either.
saw a
You're
guy,
making a
hold
declarative
on.
statement like it would affect it. You don't know either.
Wait, of course, yes, I can by using logic. If a guy gets 5 steals a game, but he attempted 20 and he struck out on 15, that makes a difference. As opposed to the guy that had 3 steals per game, but he only struck out 3 times.
Do you think that
He had
the
a 50%
margins are that
success rate.
big? That's what I'm saying. Do you think the margins are that big?
Margins that big in what?
Do you think that really let's just take like John Stockton and Michael Jordan for their time. Do you think the margins between those two guys in terms, because they average like 2.3 and 2.2 steals respectively, do you think the margins are going to be so big between two players that it makes that much of a difference to where you could say, well, this really affected the outcome of how I view them as defenders? Like, do you think Jordan attempted 10 and Stockton attempted 2?
I would say yes. I would say yes because Jordan had the reputation of being a gambler on the defensive side of the ball. So I'd imagine that he has actually more attempts than John Stockton has.
And you think
John Stockton wasn't known as a gambler on defense.
And you think it's like that big of a factor that. So what would that mean? Let's say Jordan attempted 5 and Stockton attempted 2. Where does that? Who do you think is the better defender now?
Well, better defender. Now you're bringing in other things other than just stealing. If you're saying who's better at stealing the ball, I would say Stockton was more successful. If you go 2 for 2, as opposed to going 5 for 15, 2 for 2 percentage wise is better, isn't it? You're 100%.
What is steals are part of defense. So if the margin is not enough to change your mind that Stockton is a better defender, then it doesn't matter. You don't play guys in basketball just to get steals. You put them in to play defense and offense. So as a defender, which steals is a part of, do you think it would be such a difference that you would take Stockton over Jordan?
Again, as a defender, now you're bringing in other categories that aren't just limiting to steal. So I would say, okay, who has the collective better rating in all those other categories? That guy's the better defender. And if I'm just going off the top of my head, like I said, I'm just guessing here, I would probably say that Jordan probably comes up more in all the defensive categories than John Stockton was, even if John Stockton may win in one particular category, such as steals. But that's just speculation. Like I said, you have to do research and have the data to back up your positions. It's all about
can I use stats
and how
or
solid
not?
your positions are.
Can we use stats or not?
Of course we can. When did I say you can't use stats?
Because you're acting as if these other nuanced things that you're bringing up change the picture to such a degree that it's going to change what we already largely know, right? Again, Jordan had more blocks per game, more rebounds, defensive player of the year, first team all defenses, the only player to twice get 200 steals and 100 blocks in a season. He has more steals per game than Stockton. And by the way, just because you do a steal attempt doesn't mean it results in points for the defense, right? So I don't understand what is the hesitancy to say Jordan is the better defender? More athletic too. Could guard 1-2.
Again, I never. What did I just say? I just said if you take everything into account of playing defense, Jordan would probably win more categories than John Stockton. Did I not just say that?
So Jordan is
there
the
is
better
no
defender.
hesitancy. I'm guessing yes. He probably comes out more. He probably, if I'm giving a ranking system, I'm trying to be as accurate as possible. I'm not interested in guessing and all this other stuff. I'm saying he would probably come out in more categories because but we talked about number one, just stealing by itself, and then we expanded it to defense. Okay, if you're expanding it to defense, that's more than just stealing. So even if, let's say, I have the data on all the steals attempts and I find out that Stockton was more efficient in stealing the basketball, and he may win this particular category over Jordan, am I going to say he's a better Jordan just because he won that particular category? No, because defense is much more than that. Just as scoring is much more than having a high free throw percentage. You got to take care. You got to look at everything.
Okay. All right. I think you're getting way nuanced and way lost into the weeds to just give an answer on something in terms of I'm trying to get to the point of what we've been talking about, and it seems like there's just so many factors that we can't tell anything, right? I've had this debate before where nothing matters except stats, but stats don't tell you everything. you know, you can look at the box score, but also there's more to the box score, and we can't tell. Like, it just seems like it's like a little frustrating, right? You could see where.
Well, again, it's whether it's whether you want to accept facts or not.
Unless that
To
single
me,
player
again,
shooting the game-winning shot, you know, like it's just a little. It seems a lot of inconsistencies.
no, it seems like people are lazy and they don't want to put in the work.
But you haven't
That's what
put
it
in
seems
the
like
work
to me.
either. So are you lazy? 10
I
games
beg your
is not
pardon?
putting in the work, by the way. You're muted.
Sorry, say that again. Hello, you're cutting out.
I was saying, are you
can hear me?
lazy? Like, I mean, 10 games is not exactly putting in the work. Like, you're making claims.
Of course, it's not.
Okay, you're
Of
making
course, it's
claims
not from
too. Have
someone
you
who.
looked all this up?
Again, I said this on Dart Stream yesterday. I said, I'm not claiming to be the all-knowing basketball savant here. What I do is I have an interest in basketball. I want to learn as much as possible. I learn as much as possible based upon what's reasonable, based upon the time that I have, and I try to increase my knowledge. And as I gain more knowledge, my opinions change. They don't stay static.
That's not my point. My point is that when I brought something up, you said, well, you can't really tell because you have to do the work. But on the other hand, you're
Correct.
making claims too, and I'm not leveraging that you're lazy or you don't know, but it's like it seems as if you're able to come to conclusions, right? But I can't. I can't make sort of general observations, but you can make statements and be like, well, you haven't done the work on this,
Again,
so you can't say that, but I can say
I never
this,
I
and that's what it's
I
coming
never
off
said
as.
that.
Just letting you know. That's what it comes
No,
off.
Nick, I didn't say that. I said I said you can take, for example, the box score example, right? I said, yeah, you can take the box score and then make a conclusion. I said that at the beginning. So I'm not saying you can't do anything. You can do whatever you want. That's up to you. The question is, how accurate do you want to be with your analysis? And if you see that, hey, there's more to this than what I'm currently considering, then the responsibility is on you, depending upon how much work you want to put in to expand your knowledge. Now, if you don't want to expand it, that's fine. I don't really care. If someone just wants to use points, rebounds,
All right.
assists, and steals and blocks and drawing a conclusion based on that, of course you can do that. But they're not going to tell me, well, I took these 5 categories and I made a decision and I used it to evaluate a guy's offensive defense. I'm like, what about those other things that you didn't consider?
But if you
What
have
about
not
this that
done
you
the
didn't
other
consider
things
that affects
either,
it?
you can't tell them that they have to do that in their observation. You need to come with the stats and be, when you take this into account, this is what this is, right? You're sort of I'm making a conclusion based on what I can see and tell in the box score, and you're sort of like hand waving away what the counterpoint is just because I guess you don't agree with it, right? You need to come with the stats, not tell me what to do. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, it makes sense. I said, again, I don't know why we're disagreeing about this. I said, looking at the box score, you bring up the situation with Dwayne Wade, and I think you asked me, looking at the box score, who do you think had the greatest statistical output? And I said, yeah, Dwayne Wade had the greatest statistical output. By the box score, it's right there. The numbers are right there, right?
Okay, no, you had not
But what
said
I'm
that
saying-
before, and that's why we went down this whole rabbit hole.
Go ahead.
So, Dwayne Wade, from what
Okay,
we
so
can
yes,
tell,
looking
from
at the
what we're
box
looking
score-
at, had the
looking at
greatest
the box
output.
score, had the greatest statistical output just by looking at the box score. But here's the point. If I were to want to know what his real output was, and I said this before, I would have to go back and watch film to get the things that are not in the box score. That's what I said. I admitted that at the beginning of the conversation.
Okay, so just going
To
off
get a
what
greater
we can
understanding.
see, right? Just going off, let's just stick to the box score for now because neither of us know the other
Okay.
things that you're bringing up. Just going to go off of this,
Okay.
right? And we're just going to assume this largely tells the whole story. You're saying that in 2011,
I'm not assuming that, but go ahead.
I'm throwing up a hypothetical here, right? A theoretical. Like, go with me. It's not like going to be written on your tombstone or anything. Largely going off what we see here, right? Dwayne Wade has the highest statistical or the most statistical output, right? Just going off what we see here. I'm not holding you to all the other stuff.
Sure, and comparing him with Dirk Nowitzki, he beats him in points per game, he beats him in blocks, he beats him in steals, he beats him in assists, he beats him in field goal percentage. So yeah, he beats him in those categories.
Okay. You're saying, so then in just looking at this sort of series, right, you would take, just going off of that, you would take Dwayne Wade over Dirk.
Of course, there's nothing to take. It's a matter of fact. He won more categories. It's not an opinion thing, it's a fact thing.
Okay. So then you essentially just pick guys off of stats.
See, now you completely did it.
That's what you're
doing. You mislead it. Nick, you misled. We, in this scenario, if we're using just those box scores, I'm picking Dwayne Wade. The context is important here. You limited it to just the box scores.
Let's say he wins all the other things you're thinking about too.
Sure.
Okay. That's all. I just wanted to get that on record that you take in 2011 you would have taken Dwayne Wade over Dirk.
See.
What if stand by your
That's
point?
very
like,
tricky, Nick.
Come
on now. Be intellectually honest. Be intellectually honest.
Totally intellectually honest.
I'm picking Dwayne Wade if I'm just using the box score.
And okay, and all these other things you bring up. Let's say Dwayne Wade wins those two.
I'm picking Dwayne Wade.
Let's say he wins all the other things you're talking about too. Like give it to Dwayne Wade.
Yes, if he wins all the categories, if I go back and I find out that Dwayne Wade was better in all those other categories collectively, then yeah, of course I'm picking Dwayne Wade. It's not a matter of picking guy, it's a matter of math. It's a matter of is 10 more than 8? Is a matter of is 9 more than 7? This isn't an opinion thing, this is a math thing.
And then
I'm going to be objective and go with the math, or I'm not. I'm going to be delusional.
Okay, and then so like if we stay with that logic, right? We stay with this logic. That's all I've been trying to get to, right? Chris Bosh and LeBron James and even Mario Chalmers, right? They are, by those same standards, right? They are statistically outproducing Jason Terry, Sean Marion, Tyson Chandler, etc., right? Going by all these same statistics in the output, right? In saying that, Miami Heat as a team are largely winning all of these statistical outputs and player-to-player comparisons, etc., right? Where does winning factor into this in terms of, again, they could be winning almost, 9 out of 10 statistical categories, or player-to-player is playing better down the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yet they still lose, right? You could go by your method, essentially, just looking at stats, right? And it still is not going to be good enough, right? This gets to my point, like, where bringing up winning is, like, why stuff matters. Like, why bringing up winning matters for your best player or even your second best player.
Okay, so now you've gone a different direction. You compared Chris Bosh and LeBron James to the next two guys, Jason Terry and Sean Marion, but then you also added Tyson Chandler. So now you're comparing them with 3 guys. Are you doing a 1-to-1 comparison, or what are you doing?
I'm just going down the line, and I'm looking at the same sort of standards we use for Dirk and Dwayne Wade, right? The Miami Heat have their 4 players are beating the 4 Maverick players, right? In terms of the top players. And if you would have taken those guys in your team, they would have lost.
You're muted. I can't hear you.
I'm muted.
I didn't hear what you said. Go ahead. Say it again.
You can hear me now. Like going by just your way
Yeah,
of
yeah, I can.
looking at stats, right? You essentially would be taking like 3 or 4 of Miami players for your starting 5, and you would have lost. Like, I don't. This is what I mean when people bring up the 6 rings and winning. It is a way to put a punctuation on how the best player led his team to 6 rings, right? I guess the whole like rings don't matter is just such a crazy statement to me. Like, it's just it'd be one thing to say you don't think they matter as much, right? But you just don't think they matter. To me, it's just crazy. Like, winning is winning, right? That's all that matters.
Okay, winning. Again, you have to understand the context. We're talking about determining the best player. And I said this before. Best player is determined by who produces the greatest output or who gives you the greatest chances to win. Keyword, chances. However, there's a correlation between the greater chances and actually winning, but it's not a causation. Just because you actually provide the greatest chances does not mean that automatically is always going to end up in a win. I don't see why that's so hard to understand.
Right. So if it doesn't always mean you're going to win, but the guy who does that does always
Correct.
win or wins the most, doesn't that lend some credence to some kind of intangible or some kind of will to win? Some, like, you're saying that it's just like the other team members stepped up to such a degree that that the role players were just head and shoulders better than like the other role players or something, like, and not saying it was Jordan largely responsible for the 6 rings.
Okay, sorry, you cut out. I heard Jordan 6, and then I didn't hear the rest.
So I want to make sure I phrased this correctly, right?
Well, Nick, here's the simple question. Do you believe that the player who gives the greatest chances to win, do you believe that always leads to a win, or do you not? Let's just make it simple. Yes or no?
Not always, but most of the time.
Okay, so you agree with me. So why are we arguing?
Because you say it doesn't matter at all. Rings don't matter at all. Winning doesn't seem to matter at all. That's where we differ, right? I can compromise with you and say I know that the best player or the most output doesn't always mean you win, but then you go the total other way and you're like, winning doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't. Again, it basically has to do with where do you start when it comes to evaluating players. That's basically what we're talking about. I don't start at championships. In that context,
It
championships
has nothing to do with where you
do not
start.
matter to me.
It's just that you said championships don't matter at all. That's the thing. That's the issue.
They don't matter. Yes, they don't matter at all to me when it comes to evaluating how good a guy was, because what I'm looking at is the chances that you produce or the chances that you give somebody to win. That is the key issue for me.
And so essentially, if a guy,
it's the chances that you,
if a guy outputs or produces more than anyone else on average, essentially and he never wins or doesn't win as much as he should, you essentially say that the role players make the difference?
No, that's conflating two different things. You said as he should. I told you this before. If LeBron James wins 7 rings, am I going to put him above Michael Jordan? No. If I can prove that Michael Jordan actually produced the greater output. If I put Michael Jordan on a team and that gives me plus 10, and if I put LeBron James on a team and that only gives me plus 8, guess what? I'm taking Michael Jordan. I'm not going to look at the end of the career and say, hey, LeBron James had 7 rings, therefore he's better than Jordan. I don't care. The data says, the facts say that Michael Jordan gives me a plus 10, and LeBron James only gives me a plus 8. So I'm picking Michael Jordan over LeBron James. I don't care about their hardware.
But how can you make that conclusion without going through like every single player they played with and their box plus minus with a certain amount of minutes?
Yeah.
So like, how can you even say that's true though? That's what I mean. It's like you can't make a conclusion based on a box score, but then it's also like, well, if this guy puts out more, then I'm just gonna take him.
Well, what else would you have me do? What do you mean if he puts out more? I don't get what you said there. What's say that
Okay,
again?
so a second ago I was trying to bring up box score, and you're like, well, you can't totally take that. And then now you're saying, well, if I can put a number on it, like if I can put a plus or minus, then I just go with that.
Right. The plus or minus. I'm trying to give a numerical
But how do you know that's
evaluation.
because of them and not their teammates?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
How do you know that's because of them and not their teammates? Like, how
Because
do you know
I'm
that
going to
if
look
LeBron
at how
wouldn't have
you.
played with
I'm going to
Jordan's-
be.
If LeBron wouldn't have played with Jordan's teammates and played with Phil Jackson, maybe he'd be plus 12.
Of course, we would never know, and that's why I don't do what if basketball or time machine basketball, or whether this guy played in this era. Again, my criteria, I laid it out from the beginning. I'll say it again. I said, I'm looking at who provided the largest increase in the odds of their team winning championships over the course of their career. The only way for me to determine that would be to analyze how this guy played. I can't do time machine basketball. What if he was in the 1950s, or what if he didn't have? I mean, if you do that type of hypothetical, you're never going to get anywhere. You
And
only
again, how do you
judge
analyze it?
based you can only judge based on the information that you have.
How do you analyze it?
I said it before. It's a combination of things. Number one, it requires book study, which means you have to look at the raw numbers. You have to look at the stats. You can't ignore stats. Stats have a factor. You have to put that in context, right? And then you have to go look at the things that add to a player's value that don't occur on a stat sheet. So then you have to go to film, and then you have to harmonize those two things.
And how many
that
times have
gives
you done this for how many players? How many times have you done this?
How many times have I done it? I haven't done it for everybody. Definitely not.
Who have you done it for?
My knowledge
and
is
come to
incomplete.
a conclusion on?
I've done it for, a lot of the main guys, but again, it's incomplete. Like I said, Michael Jordan. Have I watched some of his games? Yeah, absolutely.
How
have
many
I watched every
guys
single
have you
Michael
done this
Jordan
for?
game? No. I do it for. I usually stick to the main ones. So Michael Jordan, LeBron James, Kareem, Bill, Wilt.
So what'd you do? You went back and watched how many games of theirs to come to a conclusion? Because earlier you said 10
I look at the
games for
stats.
Jordan, or
Hold
you
on.
said that
I
for
look
the
at
steals.
I'm sorry, say that again. You're cutting out.
Earlier you said you only went back and did it for 10 games of Jordan. I guess, but that was specifically for steals. So, like, how many games did you watch
specifically for
or do this
steals.
for?
Over the course of my life, I don't have a specific number.
Like, not even a rough estimate. Like, let's just say Jordan. How many games did you go back and watch and do all these intangible things that you're mentioning?
I can't give you a number. I'm not even going to guess.
50?
But I also rely on. I can't give you a number.
So how do you
But
know
I also
this
use,
works? How do you?
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on a second. I'm not done yet. But there are other people who have tabulated these type of stats. For example, I'll try to give an example. There was one regarding Jordan's in the paint shooting over the course of like a 10-year period, and they tabulated it. Hold on, let me give it to you just so
compared
you know that I'm not
to
blowing
other
smoke.
people or just his?
Well, no, his compared to other people. Hold on a second. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Let me do some little bit of research here. Hold on a second. Let's see. Where is it? Regards.
And it was to
Oh,
it
come
was
on,
to
where is
every
it?
other player, or I guess I'll have to see it.
Yeah, hold on a second. Let me try to find it here. Oh shoot! Come on, where is it? Just so we don't have a day there, let's save this for our Jordan impact discussion. I'll be better prepared with the numbers and the research.
Okay,
Is
can
that
you
okay?
send it to me though? I want to see it.
Yeah, if I find it, yeah, I'll find it.
Okay.
But I just don't want to have dead air with
But
me
like
searching
in the
for
paint
it.
scoring, isn't that like can't we already largely tell that from his 2-point field goal percentage?
And it wasn't. Did I say in the paint? I meant it was mid-range scoring.
Okay.
Hold on a second, man. Where is that thing?
I mean, I would still think largely we can tell, right? That's just my opinion. You probably take his 2-point field goal percentage and you just drop it a little bit. I'm sure is roughly what it is. This is what I mean. Like I don't.
Well, again, and
I don't
that's-
think these points you bring up like
it's based-
are that big of a like thing that we can't already kind of gauge.
Okay, so again, I said this at our Dart Screams yesterday because you and I are having the same argument. We're getting into an argument about correct and incorrect. And my point was with him, it's all about accuracy. It's not about correct or incorrect. It's like how accurate do you want your conclusions about your evaluations of guys to be based on? Do you want to be based upon this set of criteria? Do you want to be a set of this guy's criteria? Do you want to have it just be this limited number of things? Do you want to have it be based upon as much as you can?
You're bringing
Because
up
the more
accuracy
information you
though
have-
as if like we only have half the picture, right? It's like you're bringing up such minutia details that's like we already have 90% of the picture, right? I understand it's not everything, but
Okay, that's-
you're acting like this is gonna make some altering. Like, oh my god, if I found out that Jordan, in the corner on Tuesdays on the road shot 90% from 3 in the corner, like that doesn't really change anything. You there? Oh no. He left. I didn't mean to piss him off. Uh-oh. Oh, I don't know. Do I need to drop the link again? Lost connection. Okay, good. I was like, I hope he didn't like storm off. You want in, Ren? All right, Ren's been waiting. What do you want, Ren?
Long time listener, first time caller.
What's your take, caller?
Yeah, kind of confused on. Kind of got lost on what y'all were talking about.
Yeah, we went
But
round and round a lot.
But I think part of what he says, if I'm not trying to, speak for him, there are like intangibles that matter. Like Tayshaun Prince makes the All-Star game basically on his intangibles, right? Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, or the hockey assist. Like, you're still making a smart play, and it's not going to show up on a box score. Or, yeah, your help defense is good, but the coach is going to keep you in the game. If you're also going for the steal 10 times a game on the flip side, and you're missing it, the coach is going to take you out of the game. Because
like, I agree with
just,
this. I guess we all kind of largely have like, let's just take the top 50 players ever, right? We largely have like the same perception largely of these guys, right? If you were to somehow put these intangibles into an Excel sheet or a stat sheet or go back and watch every game and put these, in front of my face, right? Would it really change anything, right? My argument is like these minutia little details or what he's bringing up, like in my opinion, right, they're not really gonna change like what we already can see in terms of 90% of what we have seen, what's in the box score, etc. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I get it. Which like the Dallas Mavericks versus the Heat. The Heat win. If you're just which neither one of y'all are saying all stats matter. If you look at the stat sheet, the Heat are just dominating them. Dwayne Wade's the best player, but you can't measure clutchness, or performing when the stakes are at the highest, like, the last 2 minutes of the fourth quarter when Dallas probably won all those. Or Dirk was hitting the clutch shots. Like, you're not, like, the eye test comes in with, clutchness comes in with the greats. That's how they end up winning rings. That's how they get MVPs. I mean,
yeah, and also
you got it.
This is like the Texas Rangers conundrum right now too. It's like, if you were to look at stats, right? Like, let's just say it's a 7-game series, right? And in 3 of those games, the Miami Heat just absolutely beat the brakes off the Mavericks, right? They win by 25, 30 points, correct? But Mavs win 4 close games by 5 points or less. Do you know what I mean? The stat sheet's going to say that the Heat are way better across the board and everything. Like, I guess his argument is like winning doesn't matter or rings don't matter. It's like, I guess I just don't understand how you can come to that conclusion just by kind of looking at some kind of statistical output, which was largely not, I know it wasn't entirely his argument, but largely that's what he was kind of saying. At GB, I see you're in the thing, but it says devices not connected.
I also think, like, if it was just all about statistical output, like, Gilbert Arenas would just be amazing. But you can go out there and score 35 points a game. And I know he was definitely not saying that. But he was outputting. I mean, he was just doing great, but he never went anywhere. No one considers him the top 50 players of all time. He was just great on the stat sheet, great, statistical output. Russell Westbrook, same thing, but he's not bringing you to the championship. I think it takes a lot more, which to his point, I think he was trying to say maybe the intangible stuff you can't see, like the eye test, clutchness, stuff that cannot be measured, that Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson all had, which then led them to rings, which, it makes a huge difference between them and the Russell Westbrooks who've won MVPs and have great statistical seasons.
Yeah. And honestly, like, saying the rings don't matter doesn't bother me as much as, again, saying that we get that 5 players have to be on the floor for you to win. Like, we get that. But he's sort of like insinuating that the 5 players are irreplaceable, or that, why winning and losing to the main player is so important. It's because, again, I'll say it again, and I know he doesn't necessarily agree with me on this, but it's like, did you, as the biggest variable and person who produces the most on their team, did you do enough to win or not, right? And I think when you start saying, well, did Steve Kerr make this shot and did Paxson make this shot, I just don't think that's how the game actually plays out in real life, right? And it was sort of saying, well, it's like a team effort, but then all of a sudden, if Steve Kerr misses the shot, it's all on him. That proves my point that, like, winning or losing is largely dependent, and it will be put on the shoulders of the best player. Like, that's just kind of the way it is, that's why winning and rings is such a big deal as the best player. It's like, did you do it or not?
Right. I mean, they get paid the most money for that reason. And, if you're down 2 and Steve Kerr misses that shot, the reason you're down 2 is because the best player didn't play the best game. So that's why he's going to take the blame. But if Steve Kerr makes that shot, Steve Kerr's going to get praise, and then Michael Jordan's going to get praise for his 40 points that game. The best player's going to get the praise and the hate. Like, James Harden's going to get the hate when they lose all the time. But when he win, he's going to get all the praise, because you're going to be up 7 because of the best player, and you're going to be down 7 because of the best player. Like, I see what you're saying, and I agree, because you can have, there's 5 people on the court at all times, yes, but only one player is playing 46 minutes a game or 45 minutes a game. The other guys are just coming in and out, have specialty roles. One guy's a 3-point shooter, one guy's a defensive specialist, one guy, you know what I mean? Maybe you have another all-star. So it's not equal distributed between a team. Even just, you can go from open gym through college to high school, to the NBA. We all know who's the best player on the court. You're going to feel better with that guy on your team. And if we lose, that guy probably played like crap.
Yeah, and it's like I totally get, right, that, and usually when people bring up the example, right, like he brought up the Jordan in the 80s versus the Celtics, right? It's not really the role players who are the difference. It's that the Celtics had one or two more stars, right? Like it's not these like the guys who are 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th on the roster. It's the top end weight, right? And again, like kind of largely has to deal with the salary cap. If you put Jordan back in the early or the mid to late 70s, right? And he comes up on a team with no salary cap, he probably is winning a few rings between Boston and LA, you would think, right? It's what I mean, where it's not really like it's not really a relative comparison at that point. You're talking about a transitional period in the NBA where you still have these juggernaut teams versus the Bulls who just found their star player, right?
Right. And at that time, if they were a super team just by creating one, like from the inside, like they just happened to be one. They were just stacked and loaded. And in Jordan, it was just him by himself. And even Larry Bird gives him credit. Like he literally said he was Jesus in basketball shorts or something, right? During that series. And it took him scoring 50 to 60 points just to win one game because he didn't have anybody else. But it doesn't mean just because you're the best doesn't mean you can win every game by yourself. Like, yeah, there's outliers where like Allen Iverson gets to the finals, but he doesn't get over the top because he only has just himself. By the time he plays a great team, they're going to smack him down. 4 games to 1?
Yeah.
And I mean, there are those outlier seasons, but most of the time you could be great in moments like Jordan had against Bird, but that team is just all around better. Larry Bird could have a subpar game, and Mikhail, Maxwell, Parrish can have good games, and they're still going to win.
Yeah.
I mean, and I don't so much agree with, Scottie. I mean, yeah, he needed Scottie Pippen because Scottie Pippen did a lot of little things, but it's not like Scottie Pippen was out there taking over games, dropping 40. Like, I mean, his career high might be like 45. I don't ever see him as a great scorer. Even when Jordan left, his numbers didn't really increase at all. They couldn't have stayed the same.
No, they didn't.
So, yeah, he got better players, of course, like having Dennis Rodman, having Scottie Pippen, Kukoc. Once they all got in there and he got help, and then, yeah, Paxson and Kerr knew their roles. And, of course, you're going to kick it out to those guys who are wide open. But as the best player, you're also drawing the defense in, and they're wide open because of you.
Yeah.
So, yeah, if he misses the shot, I mean, that sucks for him. But Jordan probably didn't play his best game if they're only, if they're in that position. I mean, yeah, he's playing great teams. They could have locked him down, whatever. But, yeah, sometimes you have to rely on your role players. But it mostly falls on you 60, 70% compared to your role players. The media is not going to say Paxson played like crap. That's why the Bulls lost.
Yeah, and I feel like we agreed on like 90% of stuff. We were just disagreeing
I think there was just one line
weight.
y'all couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, we were just disagreeing on like what really, like how much does this weigh in terms of importance and stuff like that, right? Like, cause like we would kind of agree with each other, and then it'd be like, well, but how much? Like how much do you think this matters or this plays a role? And it's like, it's kind of like where it says like, oh, well, the team that produces the most is going to win. Yes. And usually the team who does produces the most has the best player, right? And not always, but usually. And so like, that's why it's like, you look at Jordan, right? And to win 6, it's like, you can't sort of tell me like, those don't matter at all to you, right? That can't just be a fluke. That can't just be, you can't tell me that every game Jordan was the best or what have you, but he still won a ring, or that Malone and Stockton weren't out producing him and Pippen, or like whatever, right? There's no way it can just be this anomaly that he won 6, right? It's just sort of like winning for being the best player, winning and winning rings, like definitely matters, definitely holds weight.
Yeah, I think so too. And let's say Jordan had one. I mean, Bill Russell, no one says he's the great. Rings hold weight. Yes. Stats hold weight. They all hold weight. No one's gonna. It's. I think it's ridiculous to say stats don't matter. I think it's ridiculous to say rings don't matter. But like, because if we're gonna say Bill Russell's the greatest because he has 12, well, he played like 7 teams and they basically got in the finals by winning 1 series. So
yeah,
right. So you know what I mean. Those probably aren't the exact numbers.
No, it is. You if you won two playoff series, you were champion in his day.
Yeah. So like, I'm not gonna put Bill Russell as my. I mean, he was a great player, but I'm not going to say he was the greatest because he has 12 rings. I'm not putting that much weight in rings. And then by the time you got to the 90s,
11
especially whatever, like something ridiculous, which is crazy. But it just shows how much Jerry West lost. But
yeah, I know.
Actually,
dude.
Jerry West won an MVP and a Finals MVP in a losing Finals, correct?
Yeah, he's the only guy to ever do that. Yeah.
I actually looked up his numbers the other day, and I was actually had to take a little step back after all the Jerry West hate I've given. I was like, it was pretty impressive. But no, I digress. I think like especially in the 90s where teams did not change as much as they do today. So you're pretty much I mean, yeah, there were the salary free agency has started. I'm definitely in the salary cap, but today you don't ever see a team with this. I mean, you do, but how rare is it you're going to have the same starting 5 as you did last year for any team in the NBA? It's not the same players. It's mostly like probably 50% turnover, if not more. You probably have like 2 or 3 mainstays.
Yeah.
And then so in the 90s, you're facing the same dudes. You're coming up, you played the Barkleys, the Malones. Like Jordan went through the greats. Like Barkley considered still probably a top 5, 10 or top 10 player. Had he just won 1, he'd be even greater.
Yeah,
I mean, he just ran up against the Dream. He ran up against Jordan. He ran up against, just the West was just stacked.
Yeah. Let's see. I was gonna look up. Yeah, and like Barkley's efficiency and whatnot was like through the roof. Also,
I think he had like 60% field goal percentage.
Yeah, that's what I was just looking at. So like his 2-point field goal percentage, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times he led the league, all over 61, 62%. And then even around that 55, 60, 56, 54, it's pretty crazy.
As the focal point.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's like you have these great players, right, who are so close with their statistical output, right? And it's like I guess you could try and make the argument that some role players are better than others, but it seems to me like in biggest moments, right? Like some guys stepped up, some didn't. Like Jordan's game, if you look at his averages and stats, like essentially in the playoffs it got better, and in the finals it got even more better, right? So I guess it's just hard to like say, because also winning rings also implies that in the biggest moments against the better competition, right? You stepped up, right? Like it's not as if Kerr's going to go from averaging 8 points a game to 20 points a game in the playoffs, right? It's usually your best guy finding a way to win, right? That's also I think it's also a bit of a cop-out to just say, well, the best guy is the guy who produced the most, right? Or the better team wins, right? Like, I feel like those are just kind of easy outs. Like, you're not really, it's not the point that you think it is in a way. I'm not talking down to GB, but it's like, those just don't hit me with like some kind of introspection. I'm like, oh, like you got me on that one, that kind of thing.
I see. I'll let Dark.
What up, big dog?
Second, but one thing that can't be measured.
I think you're muted.
I don't think it's Iron.
No, Dart.
Oh, is he in our 3-way call here or what?
You're muted, Dart.
I think you got to wait for me to get out.
No.
But what I was going to say, you can't measure clutchness. And you can't measure...
What?
I didn't turn the phone on. That's what it was.
There you go. Yeah, I got you now.
Hey.
So what's up, Ren? When are you When are you coming on my show?
This topic just got me locked in. I had to wait it out.
He was backstage the whole time. I kind of thought, I didn't know like if you were there on accident or what, but I was like, all right.
No, I was waiting. But the last thing I was gonna say, like, you can't really measure, clutchness or be under pressure how this guy steps up. And if you get through the playoffs and to the finals, it means you largely produce in big games to get to that point to give yourself a chance to win a ring, if not 5 or 6. Like,
yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, do I put a huge disparity between Michael Jordan and Larry Bird? Not really. Because, Larry Bird got hurt. There's a bunch of different things. But in their peak,
Yeah, they were both, yeah.
They're both just dominant. Larry Bird, probably a way better passer, rebounder. Like, dare say this about Michael Jordan, probably a better basketball IQ than probably anybody. But, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, it doesn't all come down to stats. And he didn't say that. And then there are intangibles that do matter. But also, like, if you are trying to steal the ball 10 times and you miss, the coach is taking you out of the game. You're not going to play. You're letting your team just leaving them hanging 10 times in a row. You wouldn't even be in the game.
Yeah. What do you think, Dart? You were listening?
Yeah, man, I had a similar conversation from last night. Sadly, it was like midnight when I started talking to him, and I'd been a little deep in the adult beverages. So I felt like I could have been a lot more convictive. But in short, a lot of things that he said, here's a problem with what you have to say, and then I don't have a solution for it, but here's a problem. So in a phrase, he's bringing problems to a table, but not trying to help anybody out to get a better idea of things. He just says, you're wrong. And yeah, I don't, and I mean, I'm summarizing. I'm not saying he actually is like intently doing this. However, going and saying, well, using accolades, using stats, using championships is wrong. And then I literally asked him, I'm like, so how do you do it? And he's like, well, I just use Lyft. I'm like, well, and he said he's going to come on and he'll try to explain it more in the future. And then he said, and he used a house analogy. He's like, well, if you go and you use all of these things, it's an imperfect system. And I said, I'm not saying it's a perfect system, but it's a system.
Right.
So I asked him, I said, what other system do you have to use? And then he said Lyft without any sort of metric, like, what I just mentioned that we were talking about in the past, prior to that. And Embiid.
I'm still here.
Where'd
Hang
he go?
on. Shit.
Or am I just stuck on here? I don't know.
I can hear you, Dart.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. I don't have your YouTube channel up, so I don't know if you could actually still hear me or not. I guess you can. I don't know.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay. All right. So I will talk awkwardly. Yeah. Anyway. So yeah, he goes and he's like, well, you can use those things to build a house, but your house might not be perfect. I'm like, dude, you're using the analogy of a house. That's a pretty important thing. If you're going to be using that analogy, would you rather have no house and say, well, that's not perfect? And then I ask, well, how do I build the house, better? I don't know.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm building the house, like, whether it's not perfect, whether it's perfect or not. And then, we can go from that.
I kind of brought that up where I forget exactly what it was, but it was like, I brought something up and he's like, well, it's nuance. You don't know all these intangibles, right? That's kind of what he was saying. And then that's why I was like, okay, well, how many times have you gone through and found these intangibles to come to a conclusion? And essentially, it's like, well, I don't know. And it's like, well, then how do you even know that these things matter or that they play that big of a difference or any of that kind of stuff? And that's what I mean. It's like you bring up a point and it's like, well, that's, like you're saying, like, that's imperfect or that doesn't tell the whole story or you need to be more accurate or you need to do more research. And then it's like, okay, well, like, where's your research? Like, you be more accurate. It's like, well, I haven't done that either. And it's like, well, I mean, okay.
What was getting me was you never asked him based on his, and there's criteria. No criteria is the main criteria. Like, all of them are different. You just use them all. But according to his, what would have been his top 5 is what I would have asked.
I did ask him, and he told, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but he gave me 2 separate answers, and they were more or less the same list. and without giving everybody's name, because he said championships don't matter, right? So everyone had at least 4 championships on his list. And I asked him the same thing too. I said, well, if championships don't matter, he's like, well, it's the lift. But, and I asked him, well, isn't that a starting point if you just come
What is lift, by the way?
Exactly. So
you don't know it's something he made up?
Yeah, essentially it's lifting the team. But I said, well, how do you determine that? And then I never got like any sort of answer or any sort of measurable answer with that. And I asked him to come back on and explain it more.
Well, so the thing is, essentially, if you said all of his top 5 say have 4 championships, then by either way people are measuring it comes to about the same people as the top 5 or the GOAT.
Yeah, all the guys they mentioned were like usual suspects.
Like
Yeah,
Birds,
and
LeBron, Jordan's probably threw Russell in there, and like Kareem or something.
If you were gonna go by just straight up statistical output, right, which kind of largely it seems like what it's based on, like, wouldn't Wilt be his GOAT? Like Wilt's numbers are insane, right? And then he said like, well, Wilt was actually better when he didn't produce as much. So it's like, well, that's what I mean. Like, it's so subjective, or it's like, do you want the output or not? And then also the other thing was, I just had it on the tip of my tongue. How like, well, the best guy is whoever produces the most, right? But also it's a team game. And then, it's like I was saying how, yes, you can largely say one guy determines the outcome more than others or has a larger responsibility to win a game or lose a game, right? It's just kind of the way, the nature of the beast, right? And then it was like, well, no, it's kind of like all 5 contribute. And then it was like, well, what if Steve Kerr hits or misses that shot? And it's like, well, it's Steve Kerr's fault. It's like, it kind of, there's just so many inconsistencies in my opinion.
Well, he brought up another analogy, which I thought was not a good one to make his argument. He's like, well, a lot of people say a team is like a body and that the brain is the leader. I'm like, well, thank you for, not that I was arguing with him, but I'm like, well, I think that makes sense. The brain has the most contributions because he brought up if one team had 40% or made 40 points, and then there were teams that had 5 points, and then the other 4 guys had 5 points, and then there was a team that had 25 points. Essentially, like, who would you want on your team? And he's like, well, the one that contributes 40 points. And I mean, without going into the whole argument with that, I said the brain is the leader. If you think of the body, and you make that analogy that the body is a team, which it is, the brain is the leader. It tells the heart that it needs to beat, and obviously it's not exactly how a team works, but it's
right.
It's an easy comparison to say, well, the brain goes and it gives the marching orders for the rest of the body to do things. Now, if you're 4'3", you can't dunk a basketball, no matter how smart you are, how quick you are, et cetera, et cetera. There's all these things that go along with it. GB says he's got it fixed, and I don't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to add, I'll get out of here if he's going to come back, because it's your show. But
you can stay. Like, if you guys are up for talking, I don't think it's too adversarial or anything. So
no. I just honestly I can't really stay that long because I told my wife I wouldn't do this. So it's my third
3 nights in a row, 4 nights in a row. Now it's been.
Yeah, 2 nights in a row. Yesterday I was on for like 5 hours, which my wife was not happy about. So
shit, yeah, we're at 4.5 right now.
Yeah, so I will be on for the live stream tomorrow, obviously, but yeah, I can't hang out too much. So
do you want me to send you my top 5 tonight?
No, you don't got to, man. Nobody else has, so I think we'll just do it live.
All right, gotcha.
But yeah, GB says he's got it fixed. But in short, I agree that it is more than just stats. I do agree that you need to look. And I'm not saying GB feels this way exactly, but Tug likes to say, well, some people don't say this or some people say this, blah, 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 blah. When you do an analysis, when you go and you, let's say you write a big time educational paper, a thesis statement, whether it's for whatever level you're at, you go and or not statement, thesis, paper, whatever project. Anyway, you go and you take qualitative and quantitative research. So when you go, you take the statistics. When you do qualitative, you ask the guys like, i.e., like talking about being Michael Jordan being the GOAT. You go talk to Magic Johnson. You go talk to Larry Bird. You go talk to all these people that have some version of an authority and some sort of witness and experience. So you know, when you're doing an analysis, it's not like, oh, I just think, you know what I mean? If you're going to do a thorough analysis, a lot of, and I'm not saying people like do this methodically in a scientific method, but people watch TV, they go and they hear these people on TV, they go and they look and say, well, Michael Jordan won 6 championships, all the accolades everyone knows about, or other players, and they make their arguments for other players who spoke on them and the statistics. So it's a mixture of taking qualitative and quantitative measures, and a lot of quantitative measures aren't, you know, recorded like GB saying, which I agree with. But the long and short of it is that GB, I don't know if you want to talk about it or not with NMB, because I'll get off if you're about to get on. But in short, I think that if you're going to tell somebody is wrong for taking things that have experience, and I had said this when we were talking about it, when you have these experienced analysts, you have these experienced players, and they're putting their 2 cents in on the public stage. It's kind of like, you know, a PhD, a master's thesis. You go and you're saying, I interviewed this person. This is what they say. This is across the public sphere. That's worth something. You know, and then you go and you take the numbers, and obviously there is no actual science to it, but that is evidence. And I without going into it any further than that, I think there's a basis for people to use those things. And you're right, it's not perfect, but even with science, there's just a measure of theory to it. A lot of times people go and repractice things and find out that the thing that they thought was working perfect, you know, they were able to expand upon it more and be more detailed about it. And then find out that even though what they thought worked, there was more to it than that. And I think that having the qualitative and quantitative evidence of Michael Jordan being the GOAT, or other players, if you don't agree with that, or what other qualitative measures say, I think that's something to consider. So I'll get off of here. I wanted to say that, and I could have said it less than that, but I just wanted to, I guess, clarify more, since multiple things were being brought up by you, Nick. But I want to say it's been an entertaining live stream. I've been on and off, and wanted to comment more, but I also didn't want to steal your light.
No, dude, comment away. I don't care.
Yeah, so I'm gonna get going, but and I'll keep watching, but I gotta get off before my wife catches me. So
all right, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'm gonna go sneak off right now.
All right, later, Dart.
Yep, later.
The last thing I'm gonna say, really though, like from the whole thing that I gathered, it really does fall on the best player, the main guy, win or lose. It falls on him the most. Like, yeah, there's role players who do different things, but he touches the ball the most. He has the most say in the wins or losses. He's going to get blamed in the wins or losses. That's really my whole argument. I got lost in all the other stuff y'all are arguing about. Not arguing, just debating about. But, you know, like once y'all started talking about all these other stuff, kind of got lost. But
yeah,
I forgot the
it
original.
Definitely was
original
a long and winding road for sure.
Yeah. But like my main thing that I just remember from the beginning was, yeah, it's a team game, but, you know, from pick up to the NBA, the main player is going to be the point of when you win or lose. I mean, maybe it's not so much a pickup. Somebody it could just be jacking up shots, but he's going to get taken out of the game. Like, besides the main player, I think the head coach is the second most guy that's going to be involved in the wins, or like be blamed. You know what I mean? Because he's going to make the decision if that role player is not doing the right thing and he's trying to steal the ball 10 times and leave guys open. Coach doesn't take him out. He's probably going to get a lot of backlash for it.
Yeah, I think coaches get blamed for like larger trends, right? Like if you drop 13 out of 15 games and you have like a decent talent on the roster, right? As long as people know you're not some kind of bottom feeder, then yeah, the people start to go like the play calling or the creative part of the offense or the defensive strategy like has got to be why these guys aren't putting wins in the win column.
Yeah, so I think it just comes down really to the main player. Then I would say, secondly, the coach. Like, it's in y'all's debate. Really can't get into it because kind of got lost throughout the road. But, I mean, y'all seemed like y'all had it on or y'all do what y'all were trying to say. Kind of. I think y'all actually agreed more than y'all thought, but it came down to certain parts we all just definitely didn't agree on. But because at the beginning, it felt like y'all were definitely agreeing, and now y'all were trying to find the line of where y'all really weren't agreeing. And I don't know if it was stats or what, but it was. I'll give y'all this. It's not definitely a stream where it was a good call that I've never heard before. And like, it wasn't the same repetitive thing. That's
I like GB. GB, I think me and GB hooked up because I think we heard each other call into Tug or something like that. And he followed me over to my channel and we started commenting and stuff. So like, I for sure, like GB's definitely, I just like people who at least know what they're talking about or like have their own opinion, right? And they can go round for round and have some ideas on stuff. Like, you know what I mean? I can always tolerate people like that.
Yeah.
I just can't tolerate people who are like, Jordan's not even top 100 or, you know, like they're just being stupid, you know?
Yeah. I mean, or else you would have just cut it off.
Maybe not. Maybe I'll be like, let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Oh, but you just said Dirk ain't top 100? Click.
Click.
All right. Well, I see he's waiting. I'll let y'all get back into it.
No, wait, hold on a second. Don't jump off just yet.
Oh, you're still on? All right. Oh, no, this is GB.
So, yeah. Hey, what's up? So you thought I ran away from the discussion?
No. I didn't say you ran away from the discussion. I thought y'all got away.
Okay.
Like, I thought y'all were trying to. I felt at the beginning that y'all were kind of agreeing, but couldn't find the line of what y'all were disagreeing on. Does that make sense? Yeah. And then it kind of, like Nick said, it went down like a windy road of just different topics. But it was
first of all,
really.
go ahead.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Oh yeah. First of all, I just want to say, because obviously, I try to be self-aware. If I came off a little bit too aggressive or
no, dude, not at all, dude. You're 100% fine. Don't worry about it.
I apologize. So
no, not at all, man. Not at all. I thought it was 100% kosher.
And what I'll give you is, like, I would have tuned out a long time ago if you were just like spitting diarrhea out of your mouth. But you could tell you believe in what you're saying, and you knew basketball enough to back it up. Like, there's some people, Michael Jordan ain't in the top 100, not naming names, and then gives no facts. It just says you're dumb. Like, you're not a caller like that. Like, oh, you're dumb. Oh, you're
GB, you're welcome on any time, bro. Like, I think you're definitely a good conversation.
Yeah, that's why.
Thanks. I appreciate it.
Watching it the whole time, for real.
Yeah. And again, like I said, I don't know everything about basketball. I don't want to give that impression that everyone thinks that I'm a know-it-all. If that came across, I'm sorry for that. I'm just someone who likes to learn, likes to question, and likes accuracy. I told that to Dart on our stream last night. The main thing I'm concerned with is whether the truth's being told or not. That's kind of my main thing. As far as a guy wants to rank as the best, I don't really care about that. Like I said, it's an opinion. But when we get into objective true or false, I think that's kind of important for all of us to actually know what's true and what's false. Separate that.
Can we really say what's true or false? Like, I think the whole us even talking about basketball is really just opinion.
Sure. I mean, that's my overall, I guess, feeling is why the GOAT debate doesn't really mean anything to me, is because it's basically people taking objective facts and then their subjective interpretation of those facts. And whatever your subjective interpretation is going to determine who you have on the GOAT conversation. The only way we're going to solve this is if we can somehow find some type of objective measurement so that we can say, like, for example, if I say LeBron James has scored the most points in NBA history, that's just an objective fact, right? There's no subjectivity in that.
Right.
It's just a truth, and either you accept it or not. So until we raise the GOAT conversation to, or if it can even be raised to that, then it's just going to be subjective opinion. And that's why my idea is that if you could somehow get some type of rating or ranking, the same what PR attempts to do, or what value over replacement attempts to do, or what win shares attempts to do, to have some objective rating that, yes, if you have this guy on your team, this is how much of a rating he gives you. This is how much of a boost he gives you. Versus the other guy, this is how much this of a boost he gives you. And then you could objectively say he's better than this guy because the numbers are there.
It's kind of
But
like,
again, the question is, how do you do that? How is that
Yeah.
even possible?
I don't honestly think it is. And like Dart said, I was saying, all the criteria, like you take this criteria, I take this, and NB or Nick might take this criteria, but in the end, we kind of all come up with the same 5, right, or something like that, essentially.
Yeah,
And,
GB, do you think
in
MJ
baseball,
is the
there's
GOAT?
wins above replacement, but you can't really do that in the NBA.
Yeah, GB, do you think MJ is the GOAT? Just your personal
No,
opinion.
I have no idea who the GOAT is.
Okay.
I think that's what he's saying.
I told Dart last night, if you want me to just pick 5 guys, just 5 guys, yeah, I can give you a list. Okay, 5 guys: Kareem, Jordan, LeBron, Russell, Shaq. If I'm just picking 5 guys out of history. Now, again, is that objectively true or false? I have no idea. If you're talking about 5 guys that I'm going to actually play basketball, or if I'm going to go 5 guys by position, my list is different. Then I got Kareem at the 1. I've got Duncan at the 2. I've got LeBron at the 3. I've got Jordan at the. Sorry, did I get my numbers wrong?
You went back. At first, I thought you were joking. I was like, wait, what?
No, I see.
Oh, did I go backwards? I'm sorry. I got Kareem at center. I've got Duncan at power forward. I've got LeBron at small forward.
Right.
I've got Jordan at shooting guard, and I may have Magic at point guard.
And see, this is kind of where
Now, but let me make one more point. Now, if you ask me, wait a minute, not just top 5 by position, but who's actually going to be in a game, then my list is going to be different. Because if I have LeBron, who's ball dominant, with Magic, who's ball dominant, and Jordan, who's ball dominant, that's going to create a conflict.
Right.
So again, with team harmony, now the list is a little bit different.
We're doing that
So again,
tomorrow,
it
so
changes.
that's actually
changes.
That's actually exactly what me and Nick were talking about earlier. You got the top 5, but then you got the chemistry is a different top 5.
I think point guards, if we're putting like 5 out on the team, I think point guards get kind of left out because they're usually smaller, right? Except for Magic, but doesn't have the best outside shot. And so I think if I go just a starting 5, I think probably like the point guard position and point guards probably get left off because there's so many good ball handlers at the 2 and the 3. There's a lot of guys who can run point and are also scorers or shooters and like really amazing defenders. So I think probably point guards get left off for me in terms of fielding a team of 5.
I think Dart, it might have been yesterday or the day before he was streaming, and I put in the comments like, "Well, do you consider James Harden a point guard?" Because that's just the way the league's going now. Really, like shooting guards are not like the Steph Curry's. Is Steph Curry really a true point guard? Probably not. Is James Harden really a true point guard? Probably not. But he can still throw out 10 assists a game. It's just a different game. So
yeah,
like
and in terms of like a point guard, right? Like you look at like LeBron or Luka, right? Like there's guys that are 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" now who like can do it all, right? It's just the point guard in a game is like a little different than if I'm gonna field like a who's who of the best starting 5, right? I just think like Stockton probably wouldn't physically be able to like keep up with like someone else's all-time starting 5, right?
Yeah, like if I started LeBron James as my 1,
yeah, exactly.
If you started Stockton, LeBron is going to take him to school.
I'm probably definitely going Bird on a starting 5 because he doesn't need the ball, but he makes all the right plays.
Better. Yeah, I just wanted KG. Like my top 5, GB, and I think I told Dick this earlier, was LeBron at the 1. I would just put Kobe and MJ at, and like you said, this chemistry might not work, but LeBron admits he's a passer. So I'm just thinking, and Jordan and Kobe would demand the ball. And I would just put, I know probably an outside pick, but like really I want to put Bird at the 4 or Kevin Garnett and then leave like Hakeem Olajuwon just there to rim protect, give rebounds, he's not going to call for the ball every possession like a Shaq.
I was thinking
But
Hakeem
there's
too.
nothing wrong with your list compared to mine because they're both arguably. It's like we could, I wish we could put them into a game and just have them simulate and watch it.
Simulate NBA 2K 100 times.
Yeah, for real. Like which we were talking about, I think a couple weeks ago or months
That'd be
ago.
funny.
But yeah. it'd be
So,
great.
can I question you on your list a little bit?
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, your top 5. This is playing a game, right?
Yeah, like fielding a game. Yeah, starting 5.
So you got Kobe and Jordan. So
I had to take it because of their offense and I think just offense and defensively, the 5 players going both ways would just be.
Yeah, they need to be two-way players. That's for sure.
Well, that's true, and they both are. But my problem is, so you don't foresee a situation, because this is where it gets into the deeper analysis. A chemistry issue with having Jordan and Kobe demanding the basketball.
I just think in my opinion, I see exactly what you're saying, and that's why I was thinking about trying to put maybe Larry at the 3, but also I think the good with Kobe and MJ, I think more or less Kobe could probably take a back seat and be, I'll just defend the best guy. And I mean, he's definitely going to demand the ball. You're right. But I think the good's going to outweigh the bad in the long run of that game. And just having the 5 guys, because I wanted just two-way players all across the board. But I do see what you're saying about the chemistry for sure. That's why I didn't want to throw in a 4 who's also ball dominant and a 5, because Shaq easily is the most dominant dude we've seen, but he's going to demand the ball every time. Jordan's not going to pass in the ball, and that's never going to happen.
Not only that, but if I was playing against Shaq, I'm definitely fouling him from time to time, and I'm definitely running up and down the floor a lot, trying to get him.
He's still going to get his though.
Oh yeah, for sure. But you try to exploit people's weaknesses as much as possible. Even Wilt and Bill talked about this, how they were asked how would you play Shaq today, and they'd be like, we're running, baby, we're running all game, right? We're trying to get him out of the game by the 3rd or 4th quarter.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second. So this is where it gets a bit of a chess game. So if you're getting Shaq as your center, what if I told you that I'm getting Dennis Rodman at the 4 position to help guard Shaq, given Shaq's struggle when he went up against Dennis guarding him?
Well, I mean, he struggled against the Dream. That's why I took the Dream. I mean, Shaq really doesn't struggle against a lot of players. He does have, historically wasn't great against a few players like Rodman, Hakeem. But, I mean, yeah, that's why these lists are so intangible. And you could, there's probably 15 players that everybody would, maybe 20 that everybody would select through for their top 5 starting. Because, we're going to put the top 5 just who we think are the greatest, or we're going to put, like you said, just chemistry. You're going to try to go both ways, offense, defense. I think everybody's just going to weigh everything differently.
Who's your starting 5, GB?
My starting 5?
Yeah.
I think he told us just a second ago.
Well, I thought he did the best at every position on a team. But
Yeah. So my starting 5 is, if I have Magic at the 5, to me, I can't have LeBron. Because I need the ball in Magic's hands.
Magic at the 1.
And the sample size, at the 1. Sorry, I'm getting my numbers backwards.
You're good.
And to me, I haven't seen LeBron enough off the ball and still be as effective as he has on the ball. It's kind of a bitter pill with LeBron. And then if I have Kareem at the center position, I have that nice point guard center dynamic. So then I need a defender that can help Kareem in the paint, even though Kareem was a good defender in his prime. So I'm probably going to go Duncan. And then shooting guard. Yeah, I mean, if I still put Jordan here, now I have an outside and inside threat. I mean, 2 guys that are great scorers. Kareem with the unstoppable hook shot in the paint, and Jordan with the mid-range game. So for the 3, the small forward position, I'm probably going to get someone who's a very good 3-point shooter, because that's the only issue that I have with Jordan and Magic out on the perimeter. So I could go Bird. I can go Kevin Durant, because Kevin Durant has shown that he can play alongside other superstars with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and still be very successful. So that takes care of my outside shooting problem. Plus, I have a lot of length with Kevin at the 3. So that may be it. But like I said, it's so circumstantial. And if I'm going against another team and I see that they have a particular player, I may change it up
Right.
based upon the matchup issue. So
That's a starting 5 that nobody would argue with. What's yours, Nick?
I definitely am going Bird 3 or 4. I probably end up with Hakeem at the 5. It's between him and Kareem, though. I probably ultimately would go Hakeem. I think he can just step out a little further, 15, 18-footer. I kind of like that. Let's say I put Bird. I'm tempted to put Bird at the 4, to be honest. He's a good rebounder. I think that gives him a mismatch on the offensive end, too. Got to go Jordan and Kobe, I think, 2, 3. And I was thinking LeBron at the 1.
So we almost have the same list minus Bird at the 4.
Yeah. I would think in a all-time great lineup like this, I think Bird would just be chef's kiss, like the cherry on top that ties it all together.
And kind of like BG said, chemistry-wise, Bird is definitely the pick for that because he would give up the shots and make the great. He is a great passer. He's an underrated rebounder.
Yeah.
It's not like he's, and he's not like he's small. Like he's 6'9", 6'10". He can play the 4. He might not be the best defensive 4, but his IQ is insane.
Not only that, but that keeps him defensively down low, which maybe he's a little undersized depending, but it also keeps him off the perimeter having to go play defense, right? Like I'm okay having Bird bang down low defensively and rebound compared to like getting pulled out on a one-on-one on the perimeter. So I feel I'm a little undersized, but at the same time, you got Jordan and Kobe and LeBron, right? LeBron can play 4 on defense, right? I'm just thinking about having him as like a point forward. On defense, right? All these guys can, except for maybe Jordan and Kobe, like the LeBron, Bird, and Kareem can play down low, I think, just fine.
Yeah,
hold on. Say your 5 again, Nick. Sorry, I'm sorry to interrupt.
So I think I'd go LeBron at the point, Jordan at the 2, Kobe at the 3, Bird at the 4, and I'd probably end up going Hakeem at the 5.
I'm just saying.
I'm kind of cheating and moving some guys around.
So,
but
like Ren, you got a lot of ball dominance on your squad because you got Kobe, Jordan, and LeBron.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have LeBron play a more like traditional point guard role. Like you'd almost be like Magic in a way. Like it's either if you can fast break with your athleticism, then fine. If not, then we're trying to like get Hakeem in the post, Bird coming off a pick, Jordan somewhere like on the extended elbow, and Kobe's probably the guy that has to just kind of fit in where get in where you fit in kind of thing. Maybe
and
him
he showed that on the
run
dream
pick and
team,
rolls or
like,
something,
hey man,
who knows?
I'll give up my offense to play defense, and because he just really wanted to win. He's definitely shown complete selfishness and throughout his career. Like, I'm not going to shoot this game. Like, everybody knows that. That was ridiculous.
I think
like,
Kobe can be off ball and be fine if he's playing with that team. I think he's okay with that, right? His whole thing was that people call him a ball hog when it's like, who else do you want to shoot? Like, who else are we going to do this with, right? I think if he was with those other guys and like, hey, we're going to play you off ball a little bit, I think he'd be like, all right, that's fine.
See, like, I'm just saying, bro, kind of has like a mix of all of ours: Kobe, Jordan, Bird, Duncan, Hakeem.
Yeah.
I think GB said he had Duncan, correct?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Just as a help defender for Kareem, but like I said, Kareem's good enough on defense as on his own.
And yeah, I think the situations do call for it, but I just think I'd give up a little bit of the chemistry for the two-way. Like, that's where I struggle with keeping Bird out of it, even as much as I want to put him in it because he's so just.
LeBron ain't taking my last shot. Don't worry. That's
Oh,
for
God.
Bird and
LeBron
Jordan and
is
Kobe.
fifth on the list to take him last. I'd let Garnett take it before him any day.
Yeah.
But I mean, it would. I could flip Bird into the 4 easily, but that would make me and Nick's list exactly the same.
Yeah, I think defensively, right, Kobe and Jordan on the perimeter is a nightmare. And you can have LeBron or Bird switch down low or out on the perimeter a little bit. I'd prefer, obviously, LeBron out there. But, yeah, like, I don't know. That's just off the top of my head. I kind of have to think about the chemistry a little more. If maybe I want to switch a guy in there for Kobe or LeBron. But I definitely like Jordan, Bird, Hakeem. I think I'm pretty set on those 3. Yeah, especially Bird. I think Bird in this scenario is probably the best player to make it. He'd be like the straw that stirs the drink.
As much as I'd say like Nash is a great point guard, like you pointed out earlier, or when I had written my original list, I think I had Nash at the 1. But on defense, he would just get killed, and whoever, like most people, putting LeBron strategically at the 1, it's defense. And then his offense to take most 1s or 2s to school, or if you have to switch everything up on him, it's going to cause problems for them defensively. And he's a great passer, so I just think it's a win all around to keep LeBron. Like I said, I think LeBron, Jordan, Dream. Like I can see the reason, like GB said, to take out Kobe and maybe just put in maybe I'd put in like a pure shooter like Steph at 2.
I think the other thing that's driving my picks too is that I'm imagining them playing someone else's all-time starting 5, right? That's also largely what I'm thinking is like matchups and like Nash, like in a perfect world, if he was just purely playing the point guard, right? Like you could see it, but then you think like, well, if their backcourt's going to be Jordan, Kobe, and LeBron or some mix of that, right? Something like that, like Nash has no chance. Like it's just not the same anymore.
And like you're saying, and GV's saying, which it's impossible to do. Like if I switch my list up and I say, okay, I want Hakeem I want Shaq at center. I'm going to move Hakeem to power forward. That's going to make you change your list if we're playing 1-on-1.
Yeah.
Or, because Hakeem is going to take Bird or whoever to school every day at the 4. Well, actually, you can't really move Shaq out. They'll just double team him. But you get what I'm saying. Like, it all comes down to who you're playing. So it's going to be interesting to see who y'all pick. Like, I think you're probably going to make 2 lists, I assume. Like, mine.
Like my list, and then as everyone's talking, I'm going to be like, okay, this is what
like,
I would actually do now that I've thought about it.
Yeah. And what time are y'all doing that tomorrow?
11 Central, 12 Eastern.
Nick, we live in the same city.
Well, just letting people know.
Oh, yeah.
Because like Dart always quotes it in Eastern time, so that's why I get in the habit of saying that.
Oh, yeah, I got you. Well, I'm gonna hop off. I'll catch that tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm about done too. GB, you got any last words, or we'll still do our Jordan Impact debate or discussion? Really, I don't know how much we'll debate, but.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for having me. The only other question I had was when you're drafting your starting 5, what rules are you playing under? Because
modern day rules, I think, is what they said.
Okay, so.
Oh, I didn't even think about that.
If you told me that, I would change my list.
Okay. Do you know what you changed it to, real quick?
It's so offensively made.
Exactly. Yeah. So
it's made for offense.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Definitely gonna play big guys that can handle, that have point guard skills.
Yeah, for sure.
That'll probably be my focus.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna hop off. I'll talk to you guys later. GB, that actually was a good discussion. Like,
yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Back and forth. It was something I've never heard before, so that was awesome.
I'll try to bring something a little different. So.
All right, man.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
All right, see you guys later.
Later.